Hello, everybody. I apologize for the delay. There's some reason my browser was blocking the use of my camera and my microphone, but I got it fixed and now I am here. This live stream is going to be a little bit different than my usual ones because I'm going to kind of give you guys a little bit more of a lesson about the roots of millennial and Gen Z socialism, what it means for the rise of Zoran Mamdani, and also what can we learn about this, and what is the bigger kind of picture from like a macroeconomic sense? Because I really think that Mamdani's victory is more of a symptom and not really a cause in its own self in terms of the event. And after I go through just my introduction and explanation of kind of where I stand on this and the economics and history behind it, then I'll open it up to Q&A for you guys. And if it is interesting, I actually might make it a separate video so that my audience that doesn't watch these live streams can see it as well. But now we will get started. Um, First, we got to go back to the 1990s and the fall of the Berlin Wall. A lot of people thought that like conventional communism was really delegitimized by um, the fall of the Soviet Union, and you had people like Francis Fukuyama call it the end of history, and that basically um, a neoliberal style of free markets with a little bit of a safety net and relatively low regulation and global trade would just be the default structure for society forever. And that really seemed to work for about half of a generation. I mean, the 1990s were arguably the most prosperous decade in the history of modern economics and modern America. And then you also had, in general, this period known as the Great Moderation, which is the idea that you had a very stable economic growth, low inflation, no recessions really, or if they were minor on the sense of maybe other than damage to the stock market. And if you lost jobs in very niche industries, people didn't really notice it. And they kind of thought that this whole thing would go on forever. But that's not really how markets or the economy work. And what happened really was 2008 was kind of the game changer and was the real roots of millennial and Gen Z socialism. And why I go back to 2008 was mainly because of TARP. Uh, TARP set a very bad precedent. The more I think about it, and the longer I've been alive, the more I kind of realize that TARP might have been the worst economic policy of the 21st century. And not because of its results, really, because it actually kind of did what it was supposed to do in the sense it kept the big banks afloat and it prevented a lot of issues from contagion from the financial crisis, and it effectively recapitalized the U.S. banking system while the rest of the world's banking system remained stressed for years to come. And also they also paid the banks paid back the government with interest, so the government did make a profit on TARP. But the problem with TARP was not really the fact that it was ineffective. The problem with TARP is that it set a bad precedent really for society, and it created what I call entitlement and bailout culture, which basically saw millions of young people, particularly millennials, see these big bank executives who are supposed to be the smartest, well capitalized, well connected, professional people run their banks to the ground and not suffer any consequences. They got all their losses socialized, and a lot of them even kept their bonuses. And people are like, wait, why should these people, supposedly the titans of industry, be able to keep their pay and keep their companies and keep their jobs, whereas the rest of us did not? And suffered from a bad economy otherwise. And it really resulted in basically the idea is, hey, if these big bankers get bailouts, why don't I get my bailout? So that was, and it started with the demand for mortgage relief in 2009, which led to the is now the Tea Party movement. It was a kind of reaction against that demand for mortgage relief. And then beyond that, it led to Occupy Wall Street, and it led to just this general grievance culture where if there's any sort of imbalance or if anybody struggles, that they should get covered and they should get bailed out because look, if the richest of us get bailed out, everybody should get bailed out. And instead of the real answer should have been nobody should get bailed out and you should have let the banks fail. But instead of taking that lesson from TARP, the broader millennial voting base took the opposite lesson from TARP, is that I want my bailout too. And so then that's kind of where the start of this developed. And we've seen it with across all of society. It's not really just even in politics. Like a lot of boomers, for example, feel entitled to get a certain return on the stock market because they look, I didn't save enough when I was supposed to in my prime years. So I need stock market returns to be 10 or 15% in order for me to afford my retirement. Or we need QE for the Fed to keep my housing prices up so I can also, again, afford retirement and feel richer on paper so that you have a wealth effect and people consume. And it's just kind of, or like grade inflation in schools, like a product of this, like I'm entitled to getting an A because like if I don't, I won't be able to have a good enough resume for a job, et cetera, et cetera. There's just this whole general pattern is kind of really was developed the mindset really involved of that the government should come in and take care of me, or society broadly should come in and take care of me because they did it for the banks in a way. That's step one. Step two is kind of how the high school and college system works for millennials, at least how it did in the 2000s and the 2010s. I mean, I know because I went to high school and college during this period, and it was in a very competitive academically high school. And basically, the message that was sold to us was that, hey, you need to work really hard in high school. You need to get a perfect GPA, do all these APs, be on a sports team, be involved with a bunch of extracurriculars that make you interesting and different, and get a 2,000 plus, or maybe on they took out the writing section, so I guess now would be the equivalent of a 1,400 plus SAT. And that is really the path to success in modern America, is that you just need to win the college rat race. And so you saw at least the top half of the high school, because the bottom half really of any generation is just unmotivated and just going to get by. But the top half of my high school, and it's probably similar to most other suburban high schools in the United States, the students were very preoccupied with this college rat race, and including myself to a certain degree as well. And based on that, they worked super hard to get into the college, because theoretically, if you got into the Ivy League school, or if you got into Berkeley or Stanford or MIT or Vanderbilt or all this kind of stuff, these top schools, Notre Dame, Northwestern, Duke, etc., you were basically guaranteed a ticket to be in the elite. It wasn't said directly, but it was kind of just implied. Like, if you are the top of your class and you get into the elite school, therefore you can coast in college and then become the elites once you graduate to do certain elite track jobs like investment banking, consulting, corporate management training, rotations, etc. There's a bunch of things that could be in this category. And the world didn't really work that way for a variety of reasons for these millennials. And And so, because they thought that basically there's two things. One, you had the financial crisis happen. And so it derailed a lot of people's career trajectories. It certainly derailed my career trajectory as I finished school a few years after the GFC, and people who probably graduated at the heart of it probably were even worse off because of it. But if you even take out that factor of it, was because um, the other factor really you've got to put into this is that you have also a correlation between like academic hard work and success broke down a little bit. So instead of like saying, "Oh, I got into US News top 20 school, I should be entitled to a top job." A lot of those jobs didn't have come because of '08, and so people had to restructure their careers. And even for those who did come, the real wages were a lot lower than they were for previous generations because you had a lot more people going to college than previous generations. You also had the inflationary cost of QE and all these bailouts, even if it didn't show up in the hard data. Like if you look at more real economic inflation indicators versus what the CPI were um, during those periods, in reality, it was much higher, especially if you factor in rents and housing costs. So the money didn't go as far. And you also saw a lot of people in tech or in the entrepreneurial world or in the trades who didn't get those degrees or got ended up going ahead of you, or people who went to less prestigious schools get ahead of you. And this has just always been a part of life. Like, it's not like everybody who goes to Harvard is a billionaire. It's not like, for example, that there are no people who make more than $200,000 a year who went to a state school. There's always going to be variance. There's going to be variance based not just on raw intelligence, but motivation shift, persistence, grit, like I talked about in my video about the economics of grit, and etc. And so you see these people feel like a lot of them also burnt out really hard in high school and college because they did put all of their stress and energy into working so hard in their youth that they're like, I don't want to have to do that anymore. I feel like I'm supposed to be able to be, not really entitled is the right word, but I should be positioned on a more smooth, more relaxed elite track because I worked so hard in high school and to a lesser extent college. And when people realize that the world doesn't actually work that way, it created a lot of resentment. They're like, wait, I sacrificed my youth for having fun or doing whatever, and I'm not, and I'm going to be in the same place as the guy who went to the state school or didn't even go to school. I feel ripped off. It's not really fair. And I can basically, as a result, predict somebody's political ideology based on their education and prestige of their resume relative to their income. So if you're somebody who has a relatively low income and a highly prestigious degree or multiple degrees or a highly pay or a highly prestigious job, even if it doesn't pay well, you probably have more left-leaning politics. And if you're somebody who makes a lot of money on the income side of things, but you have a less prestigious degree or no degree at all, or you made your money in a way that is not like on the conventional elite track, or you're a small business owner, you probably have a more right-leaning political view because one side has the money without the social prestige, and the other side has the social prestige without the money. And this dissonance is what creates a lot of the millennial socialism. They feel like, hey, wait, like, look, if me, the one who worked hard in school, got these prestigious degrees, went on the right track that I was supposed to get to, and I didn't get there, that means nobody can be able to get there. And so therefore we need help, and we should have a more level playing field because the system is too rigged that the people who feel like they deserve to be on the top aren't on the top. So I think like millennial socialism is different than I'd say old school socialism for two reasons. One, I think it's that they don't really want pure equality, like in the Marxist sense. They don't want everybody necessarily living on the same amount of income. What they want is they want life to be predictable and organized in the way like the high school and college academic system, who had these grades or these level study or this prestigious school belong in this social class, and the people who didn't work as hard in high school belong in a lower social class, and the people who didn't even finish college belong in the lowest social class. And so that's what they want. They want more rigid, predictable hierarchy. And that doesn't, the free market is not compatible with that fundamentally. And so they develop a resentment for the free market because it doesn't play in to what they thought the way the world should be. Uh, so that's, I think, what I think if you look at it that way, and just that the same people who are competing to be in the most prestigious schools, and if they didn't make it, they're not like C-suite right now, or they're making at least say $400,000 a year. They have an axe to grind, and the more degrees you have, like masters and PhDs, the bigger axe to grind, because they feel like because they have all these level of academic prestige, or they worked at certain companies or nonprofits or types of positions that signal a certain social class prestige but don't have the money to match it, it creates a lot of resentment. And cities like New York and DC and San Francisco are filled with these kind of people. And so that's why it's, I think, a lot of the vitriol and the support for millennial socialism is disproportionately in these places. So that's kind of one context, which I think people forget when they talk about this conversation. The other thing is really just the high cost of living, because you had jobs concentrated in relatively few areas because of the nature of the knowledge economy and the creative classes. You saw rents go up way higher than incomes did. And on an inflation adjusted basis, millennials and Gen Z are paying much higher rents than their preceding generations did to live in these objectively nice conditions, because these buildings are the same ones because of regulatory burdens to development, and they're just older. So you're living in a less nice apartment than your parents did, essentially, for more money. And a lot of people don't really take too kindly to that. And so that's kind of one other thing. I mean, just generally, like, cost of living has gone up a lot faster than wages, especially the cost of living for somebody who wants to live a conventional upper middle class life. And I did this video, why life is easier than harder at the same time, because life is easier to keep a floor based living for a single person with no responsibilities and no student debt. Whereas it's harder now than ever if you want to change from single person with no responsibilities to a provider of a family, and or dual income household providing for a family, and own a house, send your kids to college without debt, own a nice car, go on vacation once a year, fully fund your retirement and health insurance. Like, the gap between those two has widened. It's like in lower cost living cities, that gap has doubled. And in higher cost of living cities like the Bay Area and LA, that gap has tripled. And that is creating a lot of resentment. And I know, like, if you're walking around, say, like in Pacific Heights or in San Francisco or the nicer neighborhoods of New York on your home commute from work, and you see like the price tags of these houses at the Sotheby's office, and you're like, no matter how hard I work, I'm never going to be able to afford this. And that, along with stock market valuations being fairly high for most of the last several years, like when you look at it from a compared to like a historical CAPE ratio example, you see a lot of people feel like they can't, and interest rates being nothing until the 2020s because of ZERP interest rate policy. People say, hey, look, the capital markets are closed to me. How am I supposed to save and get ahead? And that kind of fuels more resentment. They feel like they have really no skin in the game because they can't afford the life that their parents did at the same age. A lot of them, like 50% of millennials, have lower inflation adjusted income than their parents did at the same age. And then on the other side, you have basically a culture that has conditioned people not to be persistent at all. Like, it's just whether like everything has a trophy idea, whether it's bailout culture, great inflation, et cetera, et cetera. As soon as a young person hits a speed bump, they're just quick to give up. And that, along with basically eliminating the correlation between hard work and success for a decade. I think it's come back because of quiet quitting, but like for the 2010s, the correlation between hard work success, and you see these tech bros in San Francisco making a lot of money on a valuation for a company that will never really turn a profit. And so, and then and on the other hand, all they had to do is really drop out of Stanford. And then on the other side, you see yourself working very hard in a corporate job or in a business that's starting a business that's not like touched by the VC gods. Then you feel like, look, you're struggling just to get by, and that also creates resentment. And so that is kind of some of the cost of living drivers really here. People don't feel like they have any skin in the game, and we don't feel like any skin in the game, you are more likely to vote for radical change, because especially if you don't really believe in yourself, if you lose your ability to have a sense of agency, and I think our education system is not helping with it. I think our education system teaches people to not have a sense of personal agency, and that's also a problem. Like, I even noticed when I was in high school, like in college, like over a decade ago, and even then, you're starting to see this culture like, not everything is because of outside forces. That's how like history is taught. It's all outside forces. Nothing is really shaped by people actually making decisions. And you see how it's taught in other subjects too. And as a result, people don't really get the sense of belief that they can actually do something to improve their future, that it's the system owes them something, or if they don't are not on the smooth path to success, if their trajectory is not linear, that it's society's fault or the government's fault or corporations' fault or whoever you want to blame fault. And so it is really, it's this cocktail that makes socialism appealing. And a lot of like older conservative people who I've talked to about this will say, "Oh, it's just they don't understand economics. Like, don't they understand what happened to the Soviet Union or Cuba or North Korea or really any or the Eastern Europe before the fall of Berlin, or really any country that really adopted communism, or even on a light sense, like countries like France or Greece or Italy or Portugal, which went down like the generous welfare state path and stagnated as societies." I think people know that, but the thing is that they don't care. It's like, look, yeah, I know maybe my society won't be as successful overall, but at least I will get my little share. And if it's not sustainable, it doesn't really matter. I might not be around to care for when this blows up, or as long as the people who are ahead of me suffer, I don't care either. And so I think a lot of it is weaponizing of envy to a certain degree as well. And that also, I think most people realize that socialism in the broader sense is economically inefficient. It doesn't work in the long run. But I think a lot of the millennial socialists is that thankfully they don't care. And I also think that their expectations are more realistic in the sense. I think a lot of these millennial socialists, Gen Z socialists, aren't expecting to have as good of a life as their parents, or having UBI be able to do well enough to cover like a middle class lifestyle in previous generations. The goal is simply to be able to have a lifestyle to replicate their college years. And a lot of millennials, I think, believe that college was the best time of their life, and it's gone downhill since. And so if you can just have the life you did in college with very little responsibility, and you either had student loans or your parents cover your expense time, and just kind of live that kind of lifestyle, hang out with your friends a lot, have something fun to do on the weekends, and just have a routine kind of path, whether it's have jobs structured more like, I don't know, classes in school. I think a lot of people would take that trade. And I think that's essentially what the AOCs and the Mamdanis in the world are promising people. Like, you can live like a sophomore in college your entire life. And given the struggles that a lot of people have in these big cities, they'll take that trade, especially with like the average rent for a studio apartment in Manhattan being $4,000 a month, and the average 2-bedroom in any of the boroughs in New York being $5,000 a month. And like the average salary for a college student, not college student, for a college grad in New York is maybe 100 to 120K a year. Yet, and that's before taxes. Let's just assume you're paying 30% of that in taxes. So you're down to about $84,000 in after tax income. And then you're paying rent, say, of like 3,000 a month, and you don't really have that much left over after that: food, health insurance, etc. So even people who have high incomes, like 100,000 to 250, even $300,000 a year in a city like New York, your life isn't that much better than if you were living like a college student, because your rent is so high, the cost of all your living expenses is so high, so you're not really able to save to be able to buy a property or invest a meaningful amount, like save 10 to 20, not saying like 20% of your after tax income or more in financial assets. And so that's what the example really is that they're like, look, I might as well vote for Mamdani. Like, my taxes are high anyway because the tax brackets are set relatively low in places like New York or California. So like my taxes are high anyway. I'm not getting much for it. I might as well vote to get free bus ride or a subsidized grocery store or freezes on my rent. And even if they don't care about the second order effects in the long run, a few reasons. One, these people might not live in New York that long. Like, I think he won mostly with people who lived in New York for 5 years or less. New York is something, a phase for a lot of people. They move there in their 20s and they probably leave in their late 20s or early 30s to either settle down in the suburbs or to move to their hometown or someplace else. So I think that has the transient sense. There's really not that the long lasting community is not there with a lot of people in New York. And then the second thing is that just again, the cost of living relative to how the wages are structured there makes it not attractive. And also the economy of New York is a lot different than it used to be. It's not really the financial city anymore. And I think this is going to be one of the consequences of Mamdani's election, is that New York is going to lose its status as the financial center of the United States of America. There's been studies that I've read, really, according to like The Economist, financial jobs in 1990 were about 12% of jobs in New York City. Now that has gone down to, as of August 2025, a little over 7.5% of jobs in New York are financial services related. And I think that is going to continue to decline and accelerate because New York is just economically uncompetitive due to high taxes, high salaries you need to pay for to get people to want to live there, especially more senior level professionals who just don't think it's worth the cost. Maybe young people can be okay with living very relatively lower standard living to enjoy like the vibrancy and the fun of living in a big walkable city like New York. But somebody over the age of 35, especially with a family, they're going to just do the math and say like it doesn't make sense, especially like smart Wall Street people. I myself worked a career in finance, and I deliberately tried to build a career avoiding living in the city of New York because I recognize this issue well ahead of time. And in addition to, I just don't like cold weather personally. And I think they're going to have more, like you're seeing, you're going to have probably the big banks will be slow to move out because there's more regulatory restrictions and just, it takes time. A lot of your senior people are just kind of established and don't want to move, but they'll just phase out, like example, one department at a time until there's basically no more banks in operations in New York. Like Jamie Dimon, for example, basically has been quoted saying he has more employees at JP Morgan in Texas than in New York City. In terms of, I think the more people are going to move quicker are smaller asset management firms or lower headcount hedge funds and private equity firms. So they'll move to Florida, they'll move to Connecticut, they'll move to New Jersey, or Texas, or just other lower tax, less regulation, lower cost of living places where they can hire people for lower salaries. And you're already seeing that. Like In the last 5 years, you have seen 1 trillion of assets under management move out of both California and New York because of this very reason. And if Mamdani wants to push a higher corporate tax to pay for all of his policies, I think businesses are going to react accordingly. Sorry if I'm a little rambling here. It's causing me to lose my voice. But that's kind of one driver of this. And then really the last thing is that the American electorate is far more progressive than people think it is. I don't really like saying this because I kind of don't agree with a lot of the policies that Mamdani espouses for, but I think they're more popular than a lot of people would quite frankly like to admit. I've done a lot of research on Gallup polls and similar sites, Pew Research, etc., to give an idea that's on the issues, not like the partisan bias, because the partisan bias is pretty 50-50 in the United States overall. But in terms of like, if you actually have people vote on referendums on the issues, what would their view be? Universal basic income is generally has the approximate support of 45 to 55% of Americans right now, of at least $1,000 a month. Student loan forgiveness, based on the polls I've seen, are 59 to 63% of Americans support the cancellation of some, if not all, student loan debt. The general social liberal policy platform of just like anything that you would fit in that category is generally supported by about 63% of American adults. Expanding Social Security benefits are supported by 78% of Americans, and they would pay for it by taxing the quote unquote rich. Expanding Medicare, 90% of Americans support expanding Medicare. Subsidized and affordable housing. 63% of adults view the term affordable housing positively. And in general, I think more than half of Americans support housing relief of some sort. Like during the financial crisis, I think it was as high as like 80% of Americans supported mortgage relief during the GFC. And on top of that, raising taxes for those who make more than $400,000 a year, about 58% of Americans support that. And raising taxes in general to reduce the deficit, it's about 63% of Americans. 65% of Americans support some form of naturalization for illegal migrants in the United States. And last but not least, the idea of adding a European-style social safety net is about 49% of Americans support that. So these numbers overall are a lot higher than you would think. And the reason, for this is because capitalism is kind of a Pareto distributed game. Even though I generally am supportive of capitalism because on the net it advances society and makes the aggregate better off, 20% of people get 80% of the spoils. And if you do that math enough times, it averages out to the top 1% getting about 40 to 50% of the spoils. And a lot of people just simply don't like that, whether it's due to envy, whether it's sense of unfairness, whatever it is. And it makes it hard to have like a fully autonomous free market and have popular support for it in a democracy. The thing that's kind of amazing to me now that I think about it is how successful the GOP has been in being able to hold its ground despite the majority of Americans being against what they stand for on economic and social issues. And it's either they are the greatest marketers of all time or they are very inept at convincing the public why a more conservative path is a better platform. Depending on what side of the bed I wake up in the morning, is whether the Republican Party is very good at its job or awful at its job. So that's kind of, but the thing is, there's a book about this if you want to learn more about. It was written about 20 years ago called What is the Matter with Kansas? And it's this idea that social issues are kind of used as wedges to get people who would economically benefit from leftist policies to vote against their economic interests. And a lot of people say, oh, why don't the Republicans become a libertarian party and adopt social liberalism and just run solely on lower taxes and stuff like that? Because if they did, they would have even a smaller portion of the vote than they do now. The social issues are what keep the GOP a relevant force. If you took out the Christian conservatives, Republicans would not win a single election. And not just in the US, like the whole electoral balance would be the same as Californians nationwide if people ran solely on economic issues. That is also, I think, explains that. I think the combination of low, and also it kind of explains what happens really with why it seems like the progressives in the long run have been winning on a lot of policy things. Even in the short term, they have big setbacks, such as President Trump. And the risk that President Trump has is that he becomes the federal version of Arnold Schwarzenegger, who was kind of the last gasp of republicanism in California. He was able to have 2 terms, and once he was gone, though, the state was effectively gone for the Republican Party. But that's something to watch for as a potential risk in the future. Let me know if I'm going a little bit too off topic on this live stream, because I have a lot of things to kind of process here when it comes to the rise of millennial socialism and kind of the economic forces and socio-political forces driving it. And the other thing really is that the last thing that I'm going to talk about is downward class mobility. A lot of millennial and Gen Z are suffering from massive downward class mobility for a variety of reasons I've talked about in this channel. And like people say, oh, why are these college educated people voting left? It's because the college educated person is a different social class than they were several generations ago. And a lot of people just don't want to admit that. And so as you have a more downwardly social mobility, you're going to have more people who sympathize with populism, whether on the right or on the left. And I did a video about this called about the populist death spiral, which is the idea that when the normal system starts to not work for people, they try to vote for extra political populist solutions. And if they don't enact them quick enough, or the results don't work quick enough, people get mad and vote for the radical populist on the other side. And that doesn't work. And so it keeps bouncing back and forth until either it leads into some sort of kinetic catastrophe, like some sort of war, or in the case of a peaceful end game, you get Argentina, where they get stuck in this inflationary populist death spiral that they are not having. It took them 50 years to even try to start getting out of, until the recent election of Javier Milei. I look at Mamdani, and I don't really see him as like this hardcore communist in the sense that he actually wants to do the create all, to take all from what they have, to give each what they need, and have very aggressive, like redistributionist taxation. I think his idea, I think he's more in the sense just like a conventional left-wing Latin American style economic populist, in the sense that there's these bad people who have all the money, and I'm going to basically try to give you free stuff to make you feel better about yourself. I think that is probably a more accurate kind of playbook for what, and because like the only tax proposals he has is raising the city income tax and raising corporate income tax. But in order to do that, he needs approval from Albany and Hochul, who is a more moderate Democrat and who is polls are closer than she'd like with Elise Stefanik, may be hesitant to give him the permission to do that because it would fuel fire against her in her own election next year. Let's just say she wins a re-election in 26 and feels more secure. Maybe she'll give him permission to do that stuff in 2027. So you probably have at least a year before you see the tax hikes, just because of the political element of Albany being integrated into this. And the math really doesn't math for a lot of his proposals, whether it's the free buses, the rent caps, building more subsidized housing, the government-run grocery stores. I think that it's going to result in a fiscal problem of New York that is similar to the 1970s. So, and if you want to look at kind of what happened in New York in its bankruptcy in the 1970s, that might be a foreshadow to what I think could happen really this time around. And that is what I think really, and also I think you'll see crime rates rise in New York gradually. New York seems to be this bipolar city when it comes to how they decide to enforce crime. Like, crime gets bad, they elect a tough on crime mayor who will actually do something about it. This is whether Republican or Democrat. Like, we've had this a case with like Giuliani, Bloomberg, and Adams, I think are more, I'd lean on the tough on crime type mayors. And they're probably ones in older generations too. And then they say, oh, New York is perfectly safe. We could be a little bit nicer to on our views on criminal justice and be a little more lenient on those in need who are committing these crimes. And then you get a crime wave happen in New York, like what happened under de Blasio and what happened in the 70s and the 80s in New York. And it just seems like the city just can't really make up its mind on whether it wants to enforce crime or not. And I think it will take some time, but that's probably another consequence. Like, we've seen this in other cities like San Francisco and in LA when they've elected more progressive DAs or mayors who have sympathies for this certain approach to criminal justice. You've seen spikes in crime rates, and even though they're Democrats, they've elected either outright Republican DAs or ones who have more reputation of being tough on crime, and mayors do too, because people eventually get fed up with this kind of thing. And so I think Mamdani's is likely to be more in the looser on crime camp. So that's probably another thing that I think is likely to happen because of this. But that's kind of what my thoughts are on this whole thing when it comes to a lot of the motivational and socialism. But there is one other thing. I think that this is kind of the prole drift of American politics, might be the way that I put this. It's the idea that the average electorate, and this is more of a bipartisan issue in America, has kind of changed what they want out of their public officials. And I think originally they just want competency and to be allowed to kind of just live their lives a certain way and just make sure the economy doesn't crash. But I would say maybe post 2008, but this might even go back to, say, like the LBJ years if we really want to take it to the origin of this. The electorate kind of shifted to, instead of just wanting be able to prioritize stability, want to prioritize freedom without responsibility. Like, if I could summarize really the modern American electorate in 3 words, it'd be freedom without responsibility. I think they want freedom basically to be able to do whatever they want, no matter how self-destructive it is to themselves or destructive it is to society, but they don't want to pay the consequences for it, whether it's financial consequences, whether it's personal consequences, whether it's moral consequences, or whether it's legal or economic consequences. So let's do an example of this. Say, for example, you want to, have socialized medicine and socialized college. And you want And like, great, I want the freedom to be able to choose whatever I want and not like live a very risky life and be able to study something impractical in school and not have to pay for it. Because when you try to, at the same time, like when a left wing government promises these things, they can win on that. But then when the left wing government has to pass the taxes to pay for it, they lose their base because people don't want to pay for the inevitable cost of what they're asking for from society. And it works kind of the reverse way with the right. Like the right wants like the freedom, say for example, a libertarian right particularly, the freedom to do like whatever they want, but they're not willing to pay for the social costs of 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 doing that. And so as a result, like you have the same problem when the government tries to come in and say, "Hey, look, we need to have certain social conservative restrictions so that your pursuit of whatever vice you want doesn't destroy society." They'll go all up in arms and then lose their electorate. So it kind of works both ways. And you can't run a functioning society on people who want freedom without responsibility. And this is probably why I can't ever run for office, at least in the way that the current political system is shaped. One, I have a lot of other things I want to do in my personal and professional life before, but second, I would maybe get 20% of the vote and maybe I could win in my hometown in very high income yet socially conservative cities. But outside of that niche, nobody would support probably um, like a lot of what forcing responsibility for people's bad choices. And that's kind of the fundamental problem. And people like Mamdani, again, they promise freedom and freedom, and not really in the sense purely of like libertarian freedom, Bill of Rights type of stuff, but like freedom from having to worry about paying for things or the cost of living. That's another kind of freedom, really. We Without the cost of higher taxes or lack of social mobility or all the other downsides. Like people just are not willing to make trade-offs, and economics is essentially a game of trade-offs. So that is my summary on Mamdani and why the root of millennial socialism is. It's a combination of people trying to perpetuate the high school and college system. It's a combination of people wanting freedom without responsibility generally, the electorate generally being more progressive than people think, and the high cost of living, having young people feel like they have no skin in the game, and so they might as well vote for the system to burn. Yeah. So next, I will take up the rest of this chat with Q&A. There's a lot of you guys on here. This is by far my most popular live stream I've ever done. If you want to make sure your question gets answered, feel free to make it a super chat, but I'll try to get to many of them as I can before I lose my voice. I will, in the meantime, while you're asking questions, I'll just tell you a little about things going on with the channel. We are setting up the 2026 Analyzing Finance with Nick tour. We've already got the first 4 cities scheduled. We have Newport Beach on January 31st. We have Beverly Hills on January 23rd. We have the Gold Coast of Australia on February 2nd and Sydney, Australia on February 13th. We also have plans to go to Florida and in February, late February and early March, as well as stops later this year in early 2026 in San Francisco, Toronto, Atlanta, Scottsdale, Arizona, and New York City. And if you want to vote on it being included to your city to be included, feel free to vote on this form attached. The other thing I'd like to mention too is that we're also doing special curated experiences that are a little bit different than our usual type events that we do, where instead of me just speaking, it's like a private dinner or some other high-end experience with, say, 8 to 10 people, and you will be able to have a more unique experience. And I'm setting these up also in the same cities that I'm having the main tour in. So if you're interested in that, fill out a form. I require an application because I want to know who's actually showing up and see if it's a good fit for the overall conversation. And then the other thing too, if you have general questions for me, like I run a wealth management firm, so that's why I don't talk about trading or specific investments or anything like this live stream. But if you have any questions on what can apply specifically to your situation or just about markets or the economy and want to talk to me directly, I offer direct consultations as well. And I'll send a link to that form too for you guys for reference. Now that we've got kind of the house news out of the way, let's see what kind of questions that you guys have asked for me. Class NB is a psyop to distract people from the money printer. The working and middle class get degraded by inflation, not rich people. I think you're absolutely correct on that. The money printer is really a byproduct of governments promising more than they can deliver and not being able to raise taxes. Again, they want to promise freedom without responsibility, and inflation is the stealth tax. Like, you don't really see it on a day-to-day basis, but you ultimately end up paying for it through a higher cost of living. I think inflation tax is a kind of tax, and I talked about that in a video, in several previous videos. Let's see. All right, let's see what other questions that I've got asked. I got to scroll up and check. I have a lot of comments here, so let's see what's. New York City, here's one of the super chats. New York City will never fail and only become more desirable because it's young, attractive people and it's fun, social, and walkable. There are plenty of fun and social, walkable cities that have failed or in the process of failing or have lost a lot of their prestige and economic activity over the year. I can name at least 3 of them off the top of my head in the developed world. First one I would say is Montreal. Montreal used to be the most important city in Canada. It is a very walkable city. It is a nice city. It has a cool like Euro French vibe to it. I really enjoyed it. I'm probably going to do a meetup in Montreal, hopefully the late summer of 2026. But it has clearly declined due to bad politics, mainly due to harsh French language nationalism, scaring out Anglo-Canadians and Anglo-Canadian businesses. Like a lot of the financial banks and the economic industry, the financial industry is another good example because Montreal was the financial capital of Canada. But in the 70s and 80s and 90s, all of the big Canadian banks moved their primary operations from Montreal to Toronto. And McGill used to be the top school in Canada, and now it's since been replaced by Waterloo, University of Toronto, and other schools in Ontario. And Ontario has really superseded Quebec as kind of the economic hub of Canada because of bad economic policies from Quebec and the city of Montreal specifically. Another one that we're seeing it right now in the process is Barcelona in Spain. Barcelona is a great city. It's very walkable. It's got good weather. It's got beaches. But because of Catalonian separatism and the far left politics surrounding it, a lot of businesses are moving away from Barcelona to Madrid because it is more stable politically and as a result economically. And Barcelona has not been able to manage development in a way to make up for its surge in tourism. And so you have a lot of anti-tourism resentment, which is also driving away visitors and businesses to Barcelona versus other places in Spain, like mainly the southern parts of the Spanish coast, like Marbella and Malaga, have gained, and also the Balearic Islands at the expense of Barcelona on the tourism side. So that's 2 cities. Another one I would say is San Francisco in the last few years due to electing a DA who was loose on crime and its economy being overly concentrated in software and not really being viable enough to keep non-tech businesses in the Bay Area. Um, has struggled a lot the last 5 years. And even with AI kind of coming back a little bit, these AI companies don't employ as many people as the previous Web 2.0, Web 3, SaaS style companies did. And so it's well below its like peak vibrancy in the mid 2010s. And arguably Chicago, the same thing. Like Chicago is very good geography. It's like the hub of trade to link the Midwestern farming communities with the Atlantic Ocean. It's got historically a lot of industry there. Is the second biggest financial center to New York. But yeah, years of bad, corrupt politics and high taxes have driven people out of Chicago. I think Chicago actually could gain potentially from New York's weakness because its cost of living now is getting really low relative to cities of similar cultural amenities. And so even despite the cold, it's probably going to start to become more attractive on a relative basis. So yeah, I mean, if New York seems to, unlike these other cities, whenever they do go the wrong path, they'll elect leadership that will kind of bring them back on course. And that happens several times. But there's no guarantee that they'll do that again this time around. So that's kind of my take on whether New York will always be like America's great city. Where is America's next big financial hub, assuming this is a long-term decline for New York, like Montreal? Well, I think that Miami is a strong candidate. Miami's already the hub of Latin American finance. You have Citadel and Ken Griffin moving a lot of their operations from Chicago to Miami. A lot of hedge funds have moved down there from New York and New Jersey and Connecticut. A lot of banks have opened back office operations in other parts of Florida, like Jacksonville. Um, so, I mean, in terms of like the investment and capital markets side of things and private banking, private wealth, asset management, I think Miami is the top candidate. You're still in the same time zone as New York too, which gives a relative advantage to Texas. And a lot of New Yorkers prefer living in Florida to Texas. And you got the beach, which also helps too. Um, Dallas could be another potential one. The thing is that Dallas kind of lacks a lot of the cultural cachet as maybe some of these other, as like some other gateway cities, which might discourage people from wanting to live there. But Dallas, I think, is going to be, I think, more the replacement for Los Angeles or Chicago than New York, I would say, because that's where Dallas is taking a lot of its, the Fortune 500 companies moving to Dallas are not really coming from New York. They're more coming from Chicagoland and from greater Los Angeles. So yeah, that's, I think Miami is the most likely city, I would say, in the United States. If California ever reformed its like taxation and regulatory state, San Francisco could be a candidate too. But I don't think people are going to be moving to San Francisco for finance at this point. I think Miami is the most likely candidate until New York or gets its act back together or California gets its act back together. My opinion on austerity. I am generally pro austerity. I think a lot of people who criticize austerity, it's not really tried that hard. I mean, you can see my video about how I balance the debt. Um, and I released in January for full details, but I think that the government's fiscal problems are not due to taxation. Like even if you tax the rich every dollar they had, that balanced the budget for 1 year, and then you'd have no capital base anymore. The problem really is spending. And the government needs to live within its means, and so I'm generally pro austerity. The problem is austerity is very politically unpopular. And that's why even like the austerity, quote unquote, they tried in places like Greece and in Italy in 10 years ago was not really austerity. It was just slowing down spending increases or maybe stopping spending increases without actually any real material cuts. So, yeah, and the other problem that austerity is unpopular because one man's inefficiency is one other man's job. And like most of the modern middle class in a lot of Western countries are the byproduct of inefficiencies in the system, whether it's healthcare, whether it's education, whether that's the government. So, yeah, um, I think that we need a massive cut in entitlements. I mean, the solution is pretty clear for a lot of the problems in society. The problem is the political will is very difficult. It's hard to find a solution that is politically and or ethically viable in the modern West. Um, yeah, so let's see. I'm going to try to scroll to see if I missed any super chats. Uh, what's it called? I guess I got them all. So at least at least according to at least according to my live chat. So now let's go back to the other questions that I have. All right. Yeah, some reason like a lot of my chats disappeared. Let's see if I can get it to come back because I want to answer your guys' questions. Uh, do you think manufacturing could ever come back to America in a significant way? Um, Yeah, I do. But it's not going to come back through manufacturing jobs. It's going to come, there'll be jobs like for specialized engineers or mechanics for the factories, but, and like construction jobs and other infrastructure development related things. But I think the robotic technology advancing and automation technology will make manufacturing viable and very competitive in the United States because America has very cheap energy compared to other parts. We have abundance of natural gas, and because of that, um, you can run a data center or you can run a factory here for a much lower cost than other parts of the developed world and in East Asia just on electricity costs. And eventually, with robots, the labor cost arbitrage that benefited a lot of other parts of the world is really no longer going to benefit them. I think it's going to come back big time. I think it's going to come back really to the four areas that were the manufacturing hubs of the previous cycle, plus maybe a little bit in Atlanta and Texas. So I think you'll see a lot coming back from the Rust Belt because they still have a lot of the old infrastructure. They just got to modernize or build new factories to link it in terms of like transportation, electricity, water, etc. So I think you'll see factories come back to the Midwest. I think you'll see factories come back to the exurbs of Los Angeles. I think the Inland Empire is going to be a big place for manufacturing and Kern County, especially since Newsom's allowing drilling permits again in the areas near Bakersfield. Because even if California is going to be hostile to on a regulatory sense, and they'll try to move some of those to like Southern Nevada and Arizona. California is just due to its location is the hub of trans-Pacific trade, and you need to kind of if you're going to be exporting stuff to Australia and Asia, you're going to need to have some presence in California on the manufacturing side. And I think Texas and Dallas is going to be a big manufacturing hub, particularly. And I think you'll see manufacturing also start to come back a little bit in like the New York to Philadelphia corridor, because that's kind of another big major export hub. And it has a lot of and relatively cheap land and cheap electricity and energy. I think manufacturing will come back, but I don't think manufacturing jobs, like the idea that you can have 6 figure turning a few knobs on a widget, that's long gone. Recommend Gen Z to attend university. Yeah, I still would recommend Gen Z to attend university, but you need to be more thoughtful about how you go about it. Like, you need to either go to a top 50 US news school, study a practical major, or have a very like concrete plan of how you're going to use the degree that you get and try to do it in a way that's as cost effective as possible. Like, I think that the private schools outside the US news top 25 are really going to be hurting because the their quality is not high enough to justify the tuition. There's no prestige to justify the tuition bump, and their cost is too high to make college viable. But I think like going through like a state school or getting into a top university still does offer value if you apply yourself and plan it correctly. Thoughts on the book Abundance? Did you read it? I haven't read the whole book. I've read some blog posts that have summarized it, and I actually have it in my Audible queue to listen to, but I haven't gotten to it yet. I generally like the idea that a lot of the solutions for um, the cost of living crisis are supply side in nature and not demand side. Like giving people more subsidies, for example, subsidized rent, subsidized healthcare, cheaper mortgages. All it does is increase demand. And so you'll have more money chasing the same amount of goods, and that will be inflationary and drive prices up. But then you need to do the opposite. You need to not artificially boost demand, and you need to increase supply. Like, I think you need a lot of housing deregulation. I think you need to be able to increase density in certain places where it makes sense. But I think the problem isn't really um, density. Um, what's it called? I think most people want to live in single family homes still, or a property or a unit that has that same size. Like the problem is also a mismatch. Like you have developers because it's the most profitable build 1 to 2 bedroom apartments that are 1,000 square feet or less. Whereas the shortage is not in those. Like you're starting to see rents go down in that category in most part of the country. The problem is that there's a shortage of single family homes for people who want to have families and or apartments that are 3, 4 bedroom, 5 bedroom, maybe even that have like 2 to 3,000 square feet. Like in big urban areas, if you want families to live in urban areas, you need to construct skyscrapers that have 3,000 square foot units. Not try to cram everybody into as many people as possible into shoebox apartments. Like that would just cause the birth rate and demographic and affordability problems to get worse, and the gap between just getting by as a single person and thriving that much wider. Because if you just only create these cheap apartments, you're going to have the cost of getting by go down because rents will actually go down that category. But the cost of, again, having a family and buying that single family home is just going to go way up. So that's the fundamental problem we've got here when it comes to that. You need to allow more construction of single family suburban homes, and maybe you need to build new cities from scratch even in certain places, like, or allow development in places that should have bigger populations. Like a good example is be Santa Barbara in California. Santa Barbara put a moratorium on water fixtures so that their population wouldn't go above 100,000, and now it's probably the most expensive city in America, or one of them. Like, and there's a lot of land to expand in Santa Barbara, so it's not a land shortage. Same like places like San Luis Obispo in California. I'm only using a lot of California examples, but that's what I'm familiar with. Those should be much bigger cities. Same with like a Bozeman, Montana would be another example. Could be a much bigger city, or Boulder, Colorado, or these are nice places that people want to live, but due to artificial restrictions, they're not allowed to live there, and there's space to build more single family homes without destroying it. Um, yeah. So let's see. I've got 2 super chats. Do you think that maybe New York City is just too dense with the buildings to allow new home construction? Um, no, I don't think so, because like there are certain parts that are extremely dense, like Midtown Manhattan and like the Wall Street area, but most of New York is under is like 4 stories or less, and especially in the outer boroughs. And there is room, I think. I think again, you should increase New York is a city that's not car dependent. It's close enough together that you can have public transit. So that's a place where high density makes more sense. But I think you should have bigger units available even in New York City. Like just they'd be apartments instead of houses, though. Um, Other cities, I think, might be too dense for like given their lack of public transportation. But New York, I don't think is one of them. Ideas on the destruction of the family. What do you mean by that question? Like, is your goal to destroy the family? That doesn't really that seems to be kind of maladaptive if it is. But yeah, so I forgot what was I answering before I got into the super chats. Oh yeah, the book abundance. Yeah, I generally think a lot of the issue really with the book abundance. I think creating more supply is the solution. I think you can do it with you don't have to do too much. Like if you just allowed higher density, maybe 10% of the areas in most major metro areas, that'd be enough to clear the housing market at an affordable level. And same with healthcare. Like there's not enough doctors getting into medical school. The medical school acceptance rates should be doubled or tripled. And that would help a lot of the healthcare costs. And there's also issues in the incentives, the way our healthcare system is constructed to encourage people to spend more, not be cost conscious. And then with education, you can scale education through a lot of digital technology memes. So like means there's a lot of ways that we can create just more general abundance, but I think housing is kind of the start of it. Um, yeah, let's see. What do you think of the idea of the patriotic millionaires who advocate for higher taxes on the wealthy, arguing it's necessary for fairness and opportunity and equity? Many New Yorkers feel this. Well, how many of them actually live by what they say? I mean, they could easily just write a bigger check to the government, but I think all of them try to still minimize their own taxes. It's like I feel like somebody advocating for or raising taxes on other people is not moral or more noble. They're just trying to outsource the responsibility of their society to other people instead of dealing with it themselves. Like if you really want to help people and you're that rich, instead of just you can either write a check to the government if you think that's the real solution, or why don't you use your time and resources to help others directly in your community, whether through charity or direct contributions to people you know personally in need. Like one thing I think I could get behind is the idea of allowing tax write-offs to care for um, people who are economically disadvantaged in a direct way. Say like you have a family member, like a brother or sister who's been struggling, they can't find a job and they need to be like kind of supported. Like if you instead of having them be on the dole or being living on social welfare or Medicaid or whatever, if like a family member decides who has the means to do it, decides to take care of their family member, they should be able to write that off on their taxes because one, that person is more incentivized to help that person get on their feet and become self-sufficient again. And two, I think that it'd be much cheaper. Like I think it'd be much lower cost for the individual to take care of their family member in need than the government doing it indirectly through the welfare system. And allowing a $1 for $1 tax write-off for people to take care of people they know directly probably result in a better outcomes and a more caring society overall. I mean, that might be the way to do that. I never really heard many people like, or maybe there is caregiver tax breaks. I think there's some economists who proposed that idea, but I think that that's probably a better solution than these idea of the patriotic millionaires who are mostly hypocrites anyway. Um, let's see. And then the next question, I would say is, do you think Mamdani will be a good mayor from New York City? I mean, I hope he is just for the sake of our country, but probably not. Um, let's see. Other question that I would say is, so now would generally be a good or bad time to move to New York City for 3 years. Depends why you're moving to New York City. If you're moving to New York City to get a job, it's probably not the best idea. If you're moving there to go to college, probably a great time to move there to go to like Columbia or NYU or something like that. because you don't have to deal with the tax consequences or the social consequences of what's likely to happen as a result. But you might get free bus rides and still get to live a fun New York life. So it really depends on what station of life you're in, honestly. Because I think jobs on the net are going to move out of New York because of this. Would you recommend attending a UK-based university if you already run a successful business? And if so, which universities in the UK? I mean, why would you want, if you already have a successful business that's sustainable, if you think the business is maybe capturing a current economic trend that might expire or or might phase out or be at risk of disrupted, it's probably a good time to go to college so you can retrain your skills to do something else. If that's not the case and you think your business is sustainable, I mean, the reason to go to college would just be the personal satisfaction of completing your education and also being a good example to your children. But I don't really know how much those are drivers for you. And if I was going to go to university in the UK, there's really only 3 or 4 that I would consider. That's Oxford, Cambridge, and the London School of Economics are kind of the big 3 when it comes to universities in the UK. Do you think remote job can help saving money by living in an area that is not developed yet? Why employers hate remote job? Is it about control? Well, I think there's a few reasons why employers do not like remote jobs. And I think work remote could help with the housing scarcity problem. I'm generally a pro work remote person. Like, I run a business myself, and pretty much my entire team works remote. So I personally am on the opposite side of a lot of corporations. I think a lot of them do this for a few reasons. One, there's low social trust with a lot of corporations. Like, if you don't know your employees that well, if you're like the CEO, you don't trust them to actually do work. Like, you assume if they're working remotely, they're just going to be being a digital nomad in some random Southeastern Asian country, chilling out at the beach and not actually putting in their hours. Like, it's hard to know the character and the conscientiousness of all your employees if your company's past a certain size. So they're just going to assume they're all going to just slack off. So I think that is one driver of it. Other drivers, a lot of these companies lock themselves into leases, and I think their shareholders would be unhappy if they wasted all this money on office space lease that's not being occupied. So there's an optics problem, I think, to it that's driving this too. And then there's a lot of people who are more old fashioned and just think we need to have collaboration in person. And if you're a young person trying to move up in your career, it probably does make sense to be at the office, because if you're somebody who's if you're more established and you don't care about getting promotions and you're satisfied with where your job is and what you do, remote work is the best idea. But if you're trying to move up and play the office politics game, if you're not there in person to play the game and move up the establishment ladder, it's very difficult to do, because out of sight, out of mind. So, prediction for Fed economic data when shutdown ends. I think the unemployment numbers will probably be worse than expected. Apart from that, I don't really have any other predictions. I don't really know by what degree or what margin, but you see them of the private sector job data and these layoff announcements. I think that a bad jobs number is a little bit more likely than it used to be. Aren't they trying to get people to quit so they don't need to announce layoffs? Yeah, I think a lot of the moving back to the office is driven by that too, because they notice a lot of their employees move to other places very far away. Like, a lot of Californians moving to like Idaho, for example, and they're like, they've got their new roots, their life's there, their kids are in school there, they're not going to want to move back, and it's kind of a more subtle way to kind of force people to leave without actually being the bad guy and firing them. So yeah, I think there is an element of that too. And I think there's a lot of room to repurpose that office space into condos or apartments or retail space or other uses. I think there's a giant glut in a lot of markets. Nick, do you read Ed Yardeni or other research companies? Yeah, I read a lot of third-party research. I like Yardeni does very good charts for a lot of visualizing a lot of data and market trends. And then data centers, you could also put in those offices too. Good point. Um, yeah, Nick, if you get a city job, um, picking up trash in New York City at 18, 20 years, you get a full pension of 401k and $150,000 salary. Well, that goes in the other problem of overpaid public employees, but that's a completely different conversation. Um, let's see. What do you see as the economic and institutional incentives behind the medical profession's limitation of the production of new medical professionals? Um, I think it's the doctors are working in the existing doctors' his best interest is to keep their salaries as high as possible. And one is the way to keep your pay high as possible is restricting supply. It's the same reason why a lot of people are anti-immigration for economic reasons, because immigration effectively increases the labor supply and thus brings down wages across the economy. The AMA is doing that on a niche level for doctors by restricting the supply of med students. So yeah, it's to keep their pay up. Um, yeah. Thoughts on universal health care? I am generally against universal basic health care. I mean, not universal, sorry, not universal. I'm saying UBI terms, universal health care generally. I think it leads to a stagnation in innovation in medical technology. It's a reason why Switzerland and the US um, and East Asian countries that don't have universal health care are the ones that happen to be the most innovative in terms of pharmaceuticals and other medical devices and other medical technology. Um, I think it doesn't solve the problem of unlimited wants and limited needs. You have to ration somehow. And if you don't ration in price, you either ration it through age limits or through longer wait times. And I think price is a more ethical way to ration healthcare services than these other ones. Uh, I think there are ways we can lower the cost of healthcare, and I think the U.S. healthcare system is kind of the worst of both worlds. We take the worst elements of socializing medicine mixed with the worst elements of having a private system. So I'm not saying that the American health system is great. It's just that I think socialized medicine is not really the solution that people think it's going to be. Um, yeah. If they increase the doctors, will it be through lowering standards? No. I mean, there there may technically it might be, but the thing is the bar is so high. Like if you have like a lot of these medical schools have 1 to 4% acceptance rates. So I think that at least the top 10% of candidates applying to medical school are sufficiently qualified to be doctors. So even if you did increase the acceptance rate, I don't think you'd see that much of a decrease. I don't think you really see a decrease in quality. In fact, it'd probably encourage a lot of people who otherwise wouldn't consider being doctors to do it. Like part of the reason my grandfather was a doctor, but I never considered it really myself for two main reasons. Well, three main reasons. One, my my grandpa thought by the time I was 50 years old, there would be universal health care in the United States, and that as a result, medicine wouldn't pay very well and wouldn't be worth the time you sacrifice for it. And I still think there is a chance of that happening within the next 20 years. Second, I didn't want to spend my entire 20s in school. By the time you finish with med school and residency, you're pretty much 30 years old. And you give up basically a big chunk of your youth, basically grinding and studying in school, which quite frankly, I didn't really want to do. And third, the amount of student loan debt I would have had to rack up would have probably been north of $250,000. And I don't really want to start my life in my 30s in that big of a hole. So those are the three reasons why. And also fourth is that the acceptance rate was so low for medical school that even if I did all the right things, there's a chance I just couldn't get in. And so if you lowered the entry point and made more students available, and if there's more students, you could probably lower medical school tuitions because you have more students. And if each student pays less amounts, the same effective amount of revenue for the school, I think it would make it more attractive for ambitious people who would go into finance or tech or software engineering to maybe switch back to being doctors. So I think it would actually might potentially increase the quality of medicine. Um, yeah. Let's see. Next question. The guy asked me about Palantir. I don't talk about specific stocks in my live streams or like trading type things. If you want to know more about that, feel free to reach out to me directly. Um, yeah, there's just compliance reasons why I don't really talk about that. Do you think countries like Australia and New Zealand are facing similar economic and social issues to Europe, or are they on the Asia upswing trajectory? Um, I think they are somewhere in between the United States and Europe in terms of like how their society is structured. I'll learn more when I go to Australia in a few months because I'm going to be having 2 meetup stops in Australia. And I didn't post these earlier in the chat, but here's the links to my meetups in Sydney and in the Gold Coast. If you want, if the Aussie viewers want to meet me in person, or if you want an excuse to go on a vacation to Australia, but they have a lot of the welfare state and a lot of like the social protections that Europe has, and relatively low wages to the US, but they also have the housing affordability issues that the United States has, and it has a more dynamic, less class-based culture. So it's kind of it's kind of a bridge between both, honestly. But that's my kind of take on it. When it comes to Australia. Yeah. And then also, since I'm posting links to the tour events, I might as well post the links to the ones in California that we're doing. So we got one in Newport Beach and in Los Angeles, particularly Beverly Hills. The other thing I want to talk about really, what's it called? I see a lot of questions here about UBI, and I did a video recently about my main arguments against UBI, but there's really kind of one other concern, which I talked about more in a video I did last year about how AI is going to affect the social class hierarchy. Because what UBI is basically going to do is going to pay people enough to be in the get by category, like live like a perpetual college student, but not really enough to start families or really strive to do something beyond just like their basic comfort. And so I think UBI is going to be a very antinatalist policy in practice. And it's really kind of a way to ethically reduce the size of the lower classes without doing anything more directly harmful to them. And when people realize that, you might look at the intentions of the UBI advocates a little bit more cynically than you thought previously. But if you want more about that, watch my video on it. But yeah, I don't think it's a good idea for society to ever perpetually live like college. Do you think Cuomo would have been a better mayor? I mean, I think all 3 of the candidates that made it to the final round were not really good for New York. Cuomo probably would have been marginally a better mayor, but I don't really know entirely what his platform was. I just know he's a more moderate than Mamdani. So I'm not really that informed on him. Thoughts on Scott Galloway? Well, I did a reaction video to Scott Galloway like 2 years ago, where I talk about his whole thesis about like the future of young people and all that. I think he has some interesting ideas, and I think he kind of gets the economic situation a lot better than most progressive leaning people do. But at the same time, he can't really fully draw the conclusions because it kind of be in violation of his own tightly held beliefs. But yeah, that's kind of my view on Scott Galloway. I think he's better at grasping the problem, but I think his solutions are poor. The one idea I do like from Scott Galloway is increasing class sizes at prestigious universities. I think there's an artificial barrier to restricting people from getting elite educations. And I think Galloway is absolutely correct on that one. But yeah, my general view is that, and I think he actually has some insights interesting, like on how the tech industry works too. But yeah, I mean, I disagree with him too. Here's the video. if you want to know my thoughts really on Scott Galloway. Yeah. Let's see. Next question I have is, how is this different than what? Let's see. I'm trying to find questions. If you asked a question earlier in the chat, please re-ask it now, because scrolling back and trying to find these is rather difficult, to be quite honest. So, are you familiar with the name William Buckley Jr.? Yeah, he's the guy who started National Review, and he's kind of just, I don't know what he would be, just kind of your typical like median Republican voter. That's kind of what he represented for his lifetime. I don't really, he was long gone by the time I was following politics. So I don't have that strong of an opinion on him either way. What about universal insurance? Do you mean like a mandate like car insurance? I mean, that's kind of the Swiss model has. It's private, but everybody has to own it. Kind of like car insurance. My view on it is I think insurance should be catastrophic only. And you should probably have a mandate for some form of catastrophic insurance. Like, example, like if you get hit by a car or you get diagnosed with some really rare orphan type of cancer or something like that. We don't really want people going bankrupt because of medical emergencies really outside of their control. But more routine things like doctor's checkups, standard prescriptions, like and medicines and like things like that should not really be part of the health insurance umbrella. The reason they are is because the Obamacare system has a minimum spend requirements. Like health insurers have to spend a minimum percentage of their revenue, so they stuff like anything healthcare related into that. But I think that insurance should be like any other kind of insurance, cover for like catastrophes, and everything else in healthcare should be out of pocket. That's the right avenue. It's like, it could be like car insurance in that way. I mean, that's kind of probably be the best solution. I think Switzerland and Singapore, if you look at their healthcare models, those are probably the best ones that we can compare to. Yeah. So, did you make a video on the differences between the European and US healthcare systems? No, I have not. I've made videos about healthcare where I talk to a healthcare VC about why healthcare costs are so high in the United States. I made that a couple of years ago. And I did follow-ups about whether our system is inefficient on purpose, because I think a lot of the healthcare system is inefficient on purpose because our healthcare industry is used as a jobs creator. It's a job center. Like, you probably don't need as many administrative staff in a lot of hospitals. You probably could run these things a lot more efficient, but due to the nature of third-party insurance, people don't look at the prices. It leaves room for a lot of bloat in the system. Yeah. That's kind of my take on that. Let's see. I feel like older people manufacture their wealth. They bought housing when cheap and used zoning laws to constrain supply, and then low interest rates exploded on the value of their assets. Am I wrong? I think you are partially correct, is really the answer to that. I think that the reason why most people's net worths are in their houses, because most people are fairly bad at saving their money. Like, the reason why homeowners on average have higher net worths than renters is either two reasons. One, the homeowners had a higher, what's it called? They either had a higher income to be able to afford to buy a house to begin with, especially back when houses were cheaper, and that may be less true today, or they since they have that mortgage payment, they're forced essentially to save, because that's what paying down the equity is. Like, paying down debt is savings, because debt is essentially negative savings. So if you're paying down debt, you're reducing your negative savings. So therefore you're saving. And so, it's that same person. Like, if you say, for example, had somebody who had a $3,000 a month mortgage payment, and he had the same person who had a $3,000 a month average rent over 30 years. The homeowner will probably be richer. Even let's just say, for example, actually, maybe a better example. Let's say the renter had half the amount of rent, like $1,500 a month rent on average, versus the $3,000 mortgage. In theory, the renter should be richer because he's saving more money and he doesn't have to pay interest on the mortgage. Like when you buy a 30-year mortgage, you're paying up to half of your payments as cumulative interest payments, depending on how high the rate is. Where the renter, in theory, if he was saving that money, that was the difference, would be richer because the returns on the S&P 500 are higher than the median cost of a house in most cities in America. But the homeowner will be richer because he is forced to save, whereas the renter is probably going to spend that money and not save it. And so I think forced savings is what kind of drives homeowners to have higher net worths than renters. Hopefully that answers a lot of your questions. Any book recommendations? Well, I mean, thank you for asking. People ask me this all the time. I have a Substack, which I'll recommend you guys join, called Nick's Present Value. And if you join as a free subscriber, you'll get an email, and that email will basically have a PDF that has my top 100 recommended books. And since I've got asked this question so much, I decided to put it in one easy, accessible place. There's links to all the books in that little PDF I send you, and that's where you're going to get that. Is it possible to have a society where the average person has a middle class income with maintaining social mobility? Well, that's kind of tricky because you can if the economy is structured. The United States, basically from the 1950s to the 2008, was that. And I think that you still had a lot of variance. Like if you want to eliminate the variance, the downside volatility, you're going to have to give up the upside volatility. It's like the equivalent like taking Prozac. You cut out the depression, but you also cut out the good feelings in life, because you have to pay to subsidize those who are underachieving in some way or form. But yeah, that's kind of my take on that. I think you can do it if you structure society right. And I think it goes back to the abundance book. The way to allow people to have a life of dignity, even at lower levels of income, we can't get everybody's income up to $200,000 a year, which is what it would take in a lot of cities to have a middle-class lifestyle nowadays, unfortunately. The answer really, we would say, is instead we need to make the cost of living for a good life low as possible by expanding supply in the bottlenecks and like getting rid of the cost drivers. The cost drivers are taxes, housing, and healthcare. Those are and education. But I think due to the enrollment cliff, I think the education thing is ultimately going to take care of itself. All right. Your last name is Pardini. What part of the boot are you from? Well, my ancestors on my Italian side are from Tuscany, Lucca specifically. So that's the answer to that. And I've been to Lucca. It's a really cool town. I had one of the best gelato waffle sandwiches in my life there. And yeah, it's good. The other question that I've got is, if you had to fight 100 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck, which would you fight and why? Okay. The question is, I would fight the 100 duck-sized horses, because on the individual level, I can probably defeat each one of them easily and they're less able to hurt me. Whereas like a single horse-sized duck with one peck could probably take me out pretty quickly. So that's the answer to that question. The next one, Latin Mass or Novus Ordo. I tend to be more on the Novus Ordo camp. Like I can understand why people like TLM, but it's hard for me to connect with the Mass if I what's it called? If I don't understand what they're saying. Like I think the hybrid model is the best, where you have like the Agnus Dei and the Sanctus and the Kyrie eleison in Latin, because I know what those are in English, and most people do, but keep the rest of the mass in English. So yeah, that's kind of my answer to that point. Have you listened to Ramit Sethi, his podcast or book? I read I Will Teach You to Be Rich when I was in college. I think it's a good read for people who aren't familiar with personal finances and looking to get started. And he has a very controversial view on home ownership, which I think is an interesting argument, even if I don't entirely agree with it, but I don't remember enough of it to remember what parts I agree with and what I don't. Latin America or Southeast Asia? What do you mean by that? When did you make your first dollar on YouTube? It was December of 2023 is when I made my first dollar on YouTube. So like the first 2 years of the channel, I was not monetized at all. Would you make a video about the global Gen Z movements in Kenya and Nepal? I think that would be more in the category of analyzing politics with Nick, not analyzing finance with Nick. I don't know enough about them to be to reasonably be informed about it. So probably not, to be quite honest. Nick, thoughts on the class system in Europe and whether that may come to the U.S.? Well, I think that's what the old money in the U.S. wants, because they don't like the threat of competition from the counter elite ladder. Like basically, in my American class hierarchy pyramid, I have the two pyramid structure with the establishment and the counter. The European one would essentially be killing the counter ladder and then creating a gap between the establishment and everybody else, while bringing the dependent class and the precariat class up a little as the trade. And I think they've always tried to do that, but I just think it's very difficult to do, just given a lot of the ways that the U.S. is currently structured. It's just, there are too many vested interests who want to preserve the competitive model. New money is too strong to let them get squashed. So yeah, I don't think I'm optimistic that we're not going to have a European class style structure in the United States. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I can make an analyzing blank with Nick for a lot of topics now that I think about it. Analyzing politics with Nick, analyzing philosophy with Nick, analyzing theology with Nick, analyzing travel with Nick, analyzing sports ball with Nick. But I just don't have time for really all of those at this point. So I got to focus on this channel first. And probably the next one I would do would maybe be analyzing travel with Nick. I kind of like the idea of like creating like an anti-woke alternative to Brick Steves. That'd be kind of fun, but I don't really have the time for it right now. When's the new Pro-Drift video haircuts coming out? Well, it's probably going to be in January or February of 2026. I found some good academic research that has gone into this. And I talked about previously, I know of people who have a lot of experience with this thing and have given me some interesting insights on the class and haircuts. So yeah. What's it called? Analyzing blank with Nick is what you name your series. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, that's let's see. That's kind of the answer to that question. What's it called? Is Mamdani part of the global Gen Z movement? I think he's part of the millennial socialist movement, even though he's technically, he's a millennial. He's not Gen Z. He's 91. He's only born a couple years like after myself. So it is kind of crazy that I'm older than the mayor of New York. I thought I'd be much older age before I would say that, but the thing is that, yeah, he's part of this general left-wing populist movement. I think the Democrats are smartening up with the way they're running. Like, I have my political views, but I can try to look at things in an intellectually honest way as possible. And I think the Democrats, I could see their strategy for 26 coming. And it's basically they're going to drop the environmentalist stuff. They're going to drop a lot of the woke social issues stuff. And they are going to, and they're going to, and they're going to solely focus on universal basic income and economic populism because they were losing mainly on culture issues. They're even going to drop immigration. They'll be fine with closed borders, especially because you're going to need closed borders to enact UBI. But I think that they're going to run solely on these economic populism issues, whether it's directly offering UBI or indirectly through in-kind benefits like free healthcare, student loan bailouts, free education, subsidized housing, et cetera, et cetera. And if the Republicans don't do something meaningfully to drive down living costs within the next 12 months or so, or can show results of their policies actually resulting in economic improvements in terms of not GDP number go up, but I mean in terms of real living standards for people, it could be a very ugly midterms for the GOP. I think a blue wave has about a 2/3 chance of happening, and the Democrats taking the House overall probably somewhere between 70 to 75% if I had to handicap it. So yeah, and it's kind of is the pearl drift of politics where you guys like just give up on actually trying to be responsible and just slowly and just focus instead on either culture war grievances or on the right or on the left, just economic populist grievances. Yeah, that's kind of my take on what this means in the bigger picture. Because you look at like things like Prop 50 in California, you look at the Virginia, New Jersey elections, and even a few statewide races in Georgia. Like it kind of shows that the Democrats have found, I think, something to run on. I think they were also helped by a lot of the Republican Party's new voters have become the low propensity voters that only show up on presidential years. So I think that helps to help these results skew the way they did too. But I think it's more that they've found a winning recipe in economic populism. And I think people saying, oh, it's just New York, they're different, which I think that's not really taking the risk seriously. How can America shift away from the Democrat versus Republican mindset to a more unified and respectful one? As long as you have a first past the post system, it's going to be very difficult to do that. I mean, the way you would do that is you need more economic prosperity. Like when I was growing up in the 1990s, people used to complain that Democrats and Republicans were essentially the same. And that's same in the 80s and the 70s. And the reason why is because there's a general consensus on how things worked. And the reason why there was a general consensus on the way things worked is because the economy was prosperous enough that a large chunk of the population was doing well enough that they didn't need to care about politics. And also you had a lot of the religion was stronger back then. And so a lot of people would put like their mindless devotion, because everybody has the gene and the bias to put their mindless devotion to something, like the unquestioned to put people need to have faith in something. And when you take away Christianity, they put their faith in other things. And I think for the left, a lot of their faith, their dogma instead of a church dogma is a political platform. And so basically politics has replaced a lot of religion for people. This started for the left in the 90s. And I think it started with Trump in 2016 for the secular right, where MAGA has kind of replaced religion for a lot of those people too. So I think you need a great awakening for religion and or just enough economic prosperity for the middle class for people to just kind of chill out about politics. Yeah, that's what do you think about the state of global commerce, trade, and tariffs? Yeah, I mean, I think trade deals are coming. I think that's a whole video about which trade deals with which countries I think are fair or not, because depending on the country, I have different views on each one of them. And I think that the tariffs are not ideal, but I would rather have tariffs than higher income taxes, and that was the choice. Like the deficit is blowing out, something had to be done. There had to be some sort of tax hike somewhere, probably. And I think tariffs are better than my income taxes going up or substantially to European like levels. Um, yeah. So that's kind of thing is my take on that. Um, let's see. Isn't the U.S. economy in recession? Well, I mean, it depends on what you consider. I think we would have been in a recession if it wasn't for AI capex. Like, there's been so much capital expenditures on building data centers and all the other infrastructure and software development for AI platforms that we've basically been able to avoid a recession that would have happened otherwise. Like, if you take out capex for AI related projects, we would be in recession right now. But the AI capex boom has kind of kept the economy afloat. So, yeah, once the AI capex boom goes away and you don't see the real economy turn up, then that's when you're going to get your recession. Yeah, that's let's see. Next question. Yeah, let's see. Doesn't the recession benefit the stock market? No. It would cause maybe a more accommodating Fed, but since they've already cut rates half to where like a good chunk of the way down already, they have less firepower to cut rates where I ultimately think the floor would be. I don't think we're going back to ZERP because of inflation is still too strong. Like 3% inflation, you can't go to ZERP, and especially with the impulse for people just to hoard housing and just as soon as rates go down, you'll probably just see a flood of money going to real estate. And since housing is 40% of inflation, it's ultimately going to cause inflation. So I think the Fed is a little bit more inflexible and have their hands to hide behind their back compared to previous cycles. Yeah, that's kind of my take on that. Nick, what do you think happens to the labor market over the next 5 years due to AI? I don't know. Like, I think that you're going to have a significant chunk of jobs be replaced, but given how fast the boomers are retiring or passing away, I think attrition from older generations can be made up for with AI. So, like, I think there's going to be a J-shaped curve this next several years when it comes to employment. Like, you're going to have initially boomer retirements overpower AI developments, but then that's going to reverse. And then I think you're going to have a major unemployment problem, which is also why I think the politics of immigration have permanently changed to being restrictionist. Because if you have AI and robots being able to replace people's jobs, it's a lot harder to sell bringing in new people to compete for a smaller pool of jobs. So, yeah, I don't answer questions. I know this guy keeps spamming me questions about trading around Mamdani, but I don't answer questions about stocks because that's just, I don't talk about specific trades or investments. Do your own, nothing on this YouTube live stream or this channel is investment advice. Do your own investment research or contact an advisor to help you. If you want more like private questions from me about like your wealth management needs or stuff like that, feel free to contact me through my consultation form. And if you want just a general conversations about anything else, or so you could schedule like a 30-minute or 1 hour call with me for more personalized questions. Yeah. Let's see. Next question, really. If the younger generation wants to burn it all down, where should the middle class wealth move to or do to keep their wealth? Well, I mean, the one advantage of having an aging population and an older population is the younger population is a lot smaller as a percentage of the population than it was during the revolutionary era, like from 1789 to the 1960s, when you had big young populations and a relatively small older guard. Now it's kind of the reverse. So, and also technology and modern militaries make it harder for that kind of burn it all down. But like I'm not going to go into specific investment advice though. I have ideas if you want to bet on like gradual unraveling, and it usually just involves around international diversification and a more inflationary economy. But yeah, I'm not going to go into specific like investments, but yeah, I think that international diversification, I think, would help though with that, because I don't think the whole world is going to go down the same path. I think what's going to happen as a byproduct of this economic shifts and these political shifts is that they're going to be uneven, and certain countries are going to be hit harder than others, and other countries are going to realize the errors of their ways and fix their problems quicker than others. So that divergence is going to create global markets being less correlated than they used to be. Do you think having an AI certificate can help get an AI job? I heard at Oracle you can pass the test for free. I have no idea how employers view those certificates, so I'm not really the one to answer that. It depends on how much credibility it has. Like, people trust university degrees because society is universally agreed that they're credible. That's not like, so if people will, like, I don't really know what society views these certificates as. They view it as just simply as just taking some random test online, then it's probably not going to be worth very much. But if they view it as something like that's challenging and worthwhile, say like a CPA exam, a bar exam, or a CFA exam, then it's a different story. I think a lot of the problem with credentialism is that credentialism is loses value the more people have the credential. It's kind of a gatekeeper. So like that's kind of another fundamental problem with over credentialism is everybody has the credential loses its meaning. Thank you, Bob, for the super chat, even though there's no question in here. Let's see. Do you think a recession will come soon? When and in what way? I mean, I don't know. I thought the recession would have come for a while, to be quite honest. But the thing is, what's going to happen is that simply there's enough, the cost of living doesn't go down and wages aren't going really up to catch up with it. People originally compensating this through credit cards and auto loans and other things, but now their capacity to borrow has gone down and the consumer's just going to run out of money. And I think that's already starting to happen, but it's been papered over by the AI CapEx boom. So once the AI CapEx boom tapers off, that's probably when it will happen, because you look at earnings for companies, say like Chipotle and Starbucks, that have been hit pretty hard because young people, particularly, and consumers in general, for even basic things like fast food, just don't have the spare cash for it like they used to. So I think that usually recessions happen usually because of a supply shock or some external shock that shrinks people's disposable income, and that causes a decline in consumption, and that ripples across the economy. That's usually how they work out in the post-World War II era. The cause of it is always different at any time. Sometimes it's rates tightening and restricting people's ability to borrow, which causes demand to go down. Otherwise, it means oil prices going up, and so people are spending more on gas. They can't spend more on anything else. Or maybe in this case, it's housing costs going up. So yeah, that's kind of my take on this. Yeah. What do you think you'd be doing if I wasn't in finance? That's a good question, because there were several times I thought about doing alternative paths. I thought about going into the Silicon Valley startup world, like around 2012, 2013, because I've always been an entrepreneurial person and I wanted to start a business and go through all of that. And I thought, oh man, must be a lot of cool innovations going on in tech. But then I realized, like, the two type of roles that you need for a startup, it's either a technical founder, like it's like a coder or an engineer, somebody that actually can build the product or the software, or you need a business development guy who's really good at sales to run the business side. Though that's usually the core 2-man team for like a tech startup. And I didn't have either one of those skills. I'm not a particularly good salesman. If I was, I probably have a much larger AUM at this point, and maybe this channel would be a little bit bigger. But um, yeah, but I'm also not a technical person. I can't code. I don't really build things mechanically either. And so I realized I wasn't really well suited for that. But if there wasn't the option of going into finance, which is more in my personal interests and also lines up with my talent, maybe I would have bite the bullet and taught myself sales or taught myself coding and gone that path. I also could have gone into like academia maybe, but I don't think I had the patience to get a PhD personally. Actually, it's something I might want to do for retirement. Like when I'm done with my main career, get a PhD in economics or history, and then just teach a class at my local university where I'm just rambling like this live stream as kind of just a way to give back to the community. I've thought about that. Otherwise, maybe I would just try to get into a more conventional business and just work in corporate America until I have enough savings to start a non-financial company. That's probably the other path I would realistically have done. And maybe not go in the tech world, but find something that I find a niche and do good at it. Yeah. Nick, what is my connection to the Montreal Expos? I don't have a connection to the Montreal Expos at all. My favorite baseball team is actually the Angels here in Orange County, but I thought the hat looks cool. And I guess I was kind of having a hipster moment because I thought it was kind of cool to have a hat of a team that no longer exists. And I like the design, and I bought one several years ago, and I think it's just a cool hat. And a lot of French Canadians all over the world, when I've traveled and I wore that hat, have made comments about it saying I was helped brighten their day. So yeah. Do I speak Italian? No, I do not speak Italian. I did a crash course while I did my semester abroad in Italy, but I never got above a 5-year-old level of comprehension, and I've forgotten all of it since, except for how to order food at restaurants. Favorite adult beverage? I don't really drink, so I guess that's not really my thing. If I had to drink, it'd probably be like an alcoholic milkshake or something like that. But like instead, I usually, if I want to have like a special occasion and not drink water, I'll get like a Shirley Temple. Let's see. If you were younger, what would the best way to take advantage of a low interest rate environment or inflation, like buying equities, elites, and real estate? If I knew inflation was going to pop the way it did, I would just, and I had the money to do it. The problem is a lot of young people don't have the money to do it. But the thing is, would be to buy a property and have a mortgage at a very low interest rate, because basically the real value of your debt is being eroded. But yeah, I mean, I didn't have the money in my down payment to put a down payment on a property. And when I did have the money to potentially do that, I used that to start my business instead, which I think is a much better ROI than real estate. So I don't really have any regrets. What's your coffee order? I don't drink coffee, but if I want something caffeinated, it'd be a ginger tea. So yeah, my order at Starbucks would be a tea. Let's see. Don't Catholics like to drink? Yeah, Catholics are very pro drinking religion. It's not religious reasons why I don't drink. It's secular reasons. I just personally don't like it. I don't like the health consequences. I don't like how it makes me feel personally. I don't like the culture surrounding it. It's just not my thing. Yeah. What's your opinion on Trump's tariffs? Yeah, I generally am not a fan of the tariffs, but they were a better option than raising income taxes if I had to choose between the two. I answered that earlier in the chat. What is my taste in music? I like mostly EDM house music, particularly French style house music, if you're familiar with that. So yeah, I mean, 90% of the music I listen to is probably in that category. And the remaining 10 is either like, I don't know, smooth jazz or random songs of other genres. Daft Punk is is probably my favorite of them, especially before Random Access Memories' older stuff. Like I like 90s, early 2000s era house music is probably my favorite. What is my political opinion or ideology? Well, I'll let you guys take a guess on that one. Favorite Catholic hymn? I mean, it's kind of a sad song, but it'd probably be On Eagle's Wings. I think that's a good one. Yeah. Is Europe toast financially? Most of it is. I think Switzerland is just fine. I think some of the other countries have a chance to turn around, but I think most of the ones, particularly the bigger countries like UK, France, and Germany, are pretty much cooked in terms of their public finances. So, yeah. Let's see. Are you familiar with the housing crisis in Australia? I know that their housing prices are way above where they should be because they never had the 2008 correction, and they have a lot of tax incentives that incentivize people to lever too much on the real estate market. So yeah, they have a major problem with that. In USD, their houses may not be as expensive, but in AUD, they're very high. Ohio is thinking about implementing no property tax. What are your thoughts? I'm against that. You need to have a property tax if you're going to have taxes at all, because property taxes are something to keep speculation on property down. Like if they repealed property taxes, real estate prices in Ohio are going to skyrocket overnight because the amount of the rent yield net becomes a lot higher all of a sudden. So people are willing to pay more to buy real estate over in Ohio. I think that, yeah, you need to have something to stop people from hoarding real estate. And a property tax is a more fair way to tax than income tax because the people who benefit from the government the most are landowners. Like, why is real estate in San Diego 5 to 10 times the amount property in Tijuana? They're the same geography and similar in a lot of same weather, same in a lot of other ways. The difference is governance. Like, yeah, who benefits the most from having good roads, electrical infrastructure, water infrastructure, schools, all that? It is the landowner, and national defense and policing that protects your property, make sure it's not ransacked or destroyed. I think you need to switch more to the other model. You should vote to eliminate income tax and increase property taxes, like a Texas style model. I think is the most way to do this. Yeah, but like the argument that people say, oh, then the land is never yours. Well, basically, with an income tax, yourself is never yours. Like you never own 100% of anything you do because you have to pay a fixed percentage to the government every year. Like, I don't think that's a very good argument, to be quite honest. Yeah, and like there are countries that don't have property tax, like China, and China has the most unaffordable real estate relative to income in the world. It's not a coincidence. And the two states with the lowest property taxes are California and Hawaii, and they are the two least affordable states in the union. I don't think that's entirely a coincidence either. So, yeah. So fiscal freedom is not achievable in America. What do you mean by fiscal freedom not achievable in America? I think financial freedom is achievable in America if you have a successful enough of a career or build enough business that you can create enough surplus wealth. But yeah, the government makes that a lot harder than it should be. Like, so that's a truth. Like, I mean, it's better in America than in other countries. America has a lot more economic freedom. And if you can build wealth anywhere, it's easier to do it here than just about any other country in the world. And that, as well as a lot of less systematic biases against people who are not the dominant group of that country. Like America's a lot more tolerant of people of different backgrounds than other places too, especially in the business world. So yeah. I thought taxes hurt economies, but lead to high real estate prices. Well, taxes do hurt economies. It's just a matter of which form of taxes hurt the least. And I think property taxes are the ones that hurt the least. So that's my take on that. Let's see. I think Powell should raise interest rates to stop inflation. Do you agree? I think Powell did the right thing, and I give him a lot of credit for keeping the rates as high as he did for as long as he did. Because if he didn't do that, we would have 1970s all over again with inflation. And that's the risk. If Powell cuts it too low, that we could get a second boom in inflation. And yeah, I don't think Powell should be raising rates, but we might have been better off if he was a little bit slower for this cut cycle. But no, I don't really think you need to raise rates. Like, inflation isn't really accelerating at this point, and there are signs of the labor market weakening. So, but my general view, though, is on the Fed, though, tends to be more critical than most. Why people do not pay flat taxes instead of progressive taxes? Because progressive taxes aren't about revenue. Progressive taxes are envy class management system. They're not efficient. Like, that's a reason, and you can tell, like, the evidence of, like, for example, Warren Buffett paying less than his secretary kind of prove how inefficient these things are. Like, they're not designed to maximize tax revenue. They're designed to basically make people in the lower classes feel better about themselves to a certain degree. And I'm generally opposed to progressive taxation. But should corporate tax rate basically be zero? Well, corporate taxes are passed on one way or the other. They either passed on through higher prices to the end consumer because a company wants to make a certain amount of after-tax profit and they're going to game it to get that way, or it's just going to be less money in the economy because for most corporations, those profits are being paid out in dividends or share buybacks. So yeah, I don't really taxes really do that much. What I would do is that I would lower dividends taxes to be below long-term capital gains. And the reason why I would do this, assuming you hold shares for longer than a year in the stock. And the reason why I would do that is because I think that I think the incentive for companies to buy back shares and drive up their stock prices to pay management bonuses and stuff is kind of a problem. I think that money should go to investors instead of to the just being going to share buybacks. And the only reason why they do share buybacks over paying dividends is because of that share buybacks effectively are at a lower tax rate than dividends because you can sell your stock for long-term capital gains, whereas your dividend income is often short-term capital gains. So that's if I was going to reform corporate related finance tax, I'd make the capital gains tax and the dividends tax at parity. So that's my take on that. Will replacing workers with AI increase shareholder value? Yeah, it would. It'd make companies more efficient. Will it increase shareholder value for the AI operating stocks? Maybe not, because it might be like building the railroads, where the benefits of AI are going to be more diffused across the whole economy rather than concentrate on a few winners. So if all these companies, so like instead of some one bit open AI getting all the spoils of the AI economy, it'll just be every non-tech business using AI to make themselves more efficient. Do you think the job market will get better or just continually worse? I mean, I don't think the job market's gotten continually worse. Like, we've had really good job markets in the last 5 years, like 2020 or 2018 to 2023, or maybe early 2024 was a great job market. And you'll probably have other cyclically high job markets, but I think AI is going to put pressure on it without some other thing that drives down labor supply to compensate for it. Can you make a video on the aftermath of capitalism once America reaches the final stage? What do you mean reaches the final stage? Like, I don't think that American capitalism is going to be dying anytime soon. So I don't really know what you mean from that question. Do you think the decrease of immigration, especially in states like California, would hurt their economy? I mean, in the short term, it will hurt the economy because new immigrants mean more consumption. And consumer staples companies, like those who sell basic things like grocery stores, fast food restaurants, like personal care items like toothbrushes and stuff like that, they're the biggest losers from lower immigration. But in the long term, I think it would be better because I just think the idea of like population driving the economic and geopolitical strength of a country is very outdated, especially in the age of AI and robotics when we can leverage a lot more with less people. Like, I think what's going to be valuable is having more competent, intelligent, entrepreneurial, and educated people than just an absolute number of people. And those are not necessarily correlated. So, like, I think you could see a world where countries like Switzerland, the Netherlands, um, and like Singapore um, and Japan punch way above their weight due to their human capital being able to leverage AI and robotics better than other countries. So, like, I think the United States and China will still benefit because they have the combination of high populations and very highly intelligent, um, creative people in both of those countries and technological innovation. But I think that other countries who just have large numbers of people, but with a poor education system or a lack of um, ambition to strive, are going to really suffer in the new world. Why are you so intrigued by the Pearl Drift videos? Because they expose something you deeply know that's true that nobody's really verbalizing. I think that's kind of why people find those interesting, to be quite honest. What is your opinion on massive infrastructure projects to stabilize the economy? Um, I mean, if you can afford to pay for them without massive tax hikes or money printing or bond issues, they might work. But the problem is usually the cost of them outweigh the benefits, especially how inefficient and corrupt government projects often are. Um, is the president example of Pearl Drift? Do you mean President Trump specifically, or just like the role of the president of the United States? Um, like, this has probably been covered before, but what is your personal class background? I mean, I've done this in several videos. I've discussed this, but on my class pyramid, I'd classify myself in the independent professional class. I'm somebody who has a diversified set of clients and I'm self-employed. So I'm not tied to a single employer. And I'm on the independent counter elite track because I don't rely on established institutions or connections to the establishment elite to get to where I am today. Who is my biggest role model? I don't really like to have the idea of role models, to be quite honest. In my youth, my role model is probably my father because he just was a good example for a lot of the things that I wanted to do in my life. He built a business when he was a little bit younger than myself. Well, when about the same age when I started my current business, and he kind of showed me the idea that, like, you don't have to be tied to a what's it called, the corporate machine your entire life, and you can blaze your own path if you're willing to work hard enough and put a lot of determination into it. So, yeah, I would say basically I say my father growing up was it, and my entrepreneurial relatives. Like, I'm a fourth generation self-employed person. Pretty much every male ancestor of mine, on my father's side of the family, since they've moved to the United States, has been a business owner over the age of 30. And my brother and I followed in those footsteps. So, yeah, I'd say that. In terms of my trading style, it's probably like a lot of the great low macro traders, like the Stan Druckenmillers of the world. But yeah, in terms of like my life overall, I'd probably say my father. Let's see. Do you believe in geographical determinism? Um, Partially, but there's a lot of countries with good geography who screw it up because of bad institutions, like Argentina. How does or like China during the Cultural Revolution. So I don't or France. France has some of the best geography in the world, and Spain has very good geography in the world, but they're not the top of the world anymore. And there's places with relatively bad geography like Japan and Korea and Switzerland that have become pretty prosperous places. So no, I guess I don't really entirely view. I think you need geography and good institutions. Um, let's see. Let's see if I what's it called? Is maximizing efficiency in capitalism actually healthy for a nation? Would there be less social issues if we didn't seek maximum efficiency? No, we don't. The problem is we don't seek maximum efficiency. You have a lot of fat in the system that because people want to have more stable jobs. And so actually it causes a lot of the problems. I think what you need is you need capitalism plus a universal ethics system that motivates individual people to do the right thing, even if it's not profitable in the short term. And like, you can't really have, and you like, that's kind of the problem. I think you can't have capitalism and a nihilist worldview. That's where things kind of get messy. And if you're going to have like a low trust nihilistic society with no unchosen social bonds, no family ties, no religion, then Marxism might be a better alternative because you'll need the force of the state to force people to behave. Like that's so if you want like a free society, you need some sort of external like like outside morality force to regulate people. Otherwise, the state is going to have to do it, unfortunately. Um, let's see. Um, that's kind of my question on that. Let's see if I missed any other questions. I think I'm going to wrap this up in about 15 to 20 minutes. So if you want to ask your questions, please do so now because there's too many old comments for me to scroll up and catch all of them, to be honest. And on top of that, if you want to make sure your question gets answered, please leave a super chat. It's really frustrating because I see a lot of great questions that I would like to answer in these live streams, but I miss them because there's just too many comments going through, or I just glaze through it just because I'm just focused on other things or whatever. And so as a result, I think that there's it's sometimes hard for me to catch them. So please, and if you want to make sure you get them, please in the super chat. And also, before I get back to questions, I just want to remind people the tour is coming next year in a big way. We're gonna have special curated experiences across the country. Part of them, fill out this application form here. We're also having events in LA, Newport, Sydney, and in what's it called? In the Gold Coast of Australia and Montecito, Santa Barbara, California, all before the end of February. And if you want to vote on where else we go, here's the poll here. And then if you want to contact me directly with any questions, either schedule a call or a consultation. But now that let's see if I got some questions. I just need to buy some time. Why doesn't Europe and Japan have any new startup EV manufacturers? Well, I think it's caused a combination of regulation and also entrepreneurship is punished severely culturally in those countries. Like if you're a failed business owner in Germany or Japan, you're often unemployable. Your business debts often turn into personal debts. They don't really have the forgiveness of the corporate veil. Like if you business goes bankrupt, it doesn't necessarily translate to your personal balance sheet in a country like America. So those countries are less forgiving on that front. And you also a lot of negative social stigma. Like being a failed entrepreneur means you're a loser and a failure, and your family and friends will shame you. And because of that, people are less likely to start businesses in general, in addition to all the other regulations about hiring and firing people and all other stuff. And so that's why a lot of those haven't um, built up like the entrepreneurial culture that, say, like the United States has. Um, so that's my take on that one. Okay, so Donald Trump, I think he has a lot of pro drift elements. I mean, I'm not sure how much of it is an act versus a legitimate personality to a certain degree, because he's a populist and he is very good at appealing to the popular. Like, you watch videos from when he was like my age in the late 70s or the early 80s, and he sounds in those interviews a lot more erudite and a lot more sophisticated. And I think he's intentionally, to a certain degree, dumbed down a lot of his language to appeal to mass market, whether that's his reality shows, whether it's selling his Trump branded products, or his electoral success. So, yeah, I wonder how much of it is actually kind of authentic versus a brand to be appealing. He's kind of like the rich guy that working class people dream of and would behave like if they got to his level. I've heard that as like a commentary. I think Thaddeus Russell was the guy who I'm quoting who said that, and I thought it was a very interesting concept. What is the age demographic for the channel, and what do you think are better cities for tech jobs? Well, the age demographic has changed a lot over the years. When I first started this channel, it was like 20 to 24-year-olds. It was like people in college or fresh out of college looking to get jobs in finance. That was my initial core audience. And as the channel has grown, the average audience has gotten a lot older and a lot more diverse, really, in any sense of the case. Like, I'd say the average age now is late 20s for the audience, but there's a lot of people at 40 and above who watch this channel. It used to be 97% to 3% men to women. And now, after the Pearl Drift videos, it's closer to 80-20 men to women, which 20% women is very high for a channel with this type of content. It's a lot of educate. It's a lot in general, based on the people I've met in real life. It's very intellectually interested people. It's very highly educated for the most part, more entrepreneurial than the average, and a lot of people who are first or second generation immigrants to the United States disproportionately, I've noticed, like this channel, because I kind of help explain how like the social systems and economic systems work in a very direct way. And so, yeah, it's overall a really good audience we have here in this channel. Um, can you feasibly learn day trading on YouTube? No, I don't think so. I don't think 99% of day traders lose. I don't really recommend day trading. It's in general, even if you're a technical trader, you need to have longer term time frames than that. So that's the answer to my question on that. Let's see. Is there anything we can do about the gerontocracy problem? Well, it will solve itself basically, unless if longevity technology comes out faster than the boomers can live. Like, every year, 3% of the boomers are dying just because of attrition. So, like, and because they had less kids, um, and America still has a decent amount of immigrants, the average age is not going to go up really as much as other countries. But if you really want to solve if you need a policy way, you just have to have age limits and term limits for major political offices, like the Supreme Court and Congress should have 75-year age ceilings and term limits for for Congress. That's how you can solve that. It's pretty simple. Mandatory retirement ages. And yeah, and also you can have Social Security be contingent on how many children you had. But that's really opening up a whole can of worms. Let's see. Do you invest at all at the moment? I'm not going to really talk about my personal investments, and I don't really talk about investments because I run a wealth management company myself where I manage other people's money for a living. And I generally, my view on allocating my own money is I want to allocate in the same way that I allocate it to my clients. What is the meaning of life? Well, I think there are two meanings to life. One is it's God's test of character. I think every day you are facing ethical dilemmas and you are being tested on what you deep down, like what you really stand for. And even on a secular sense, like what you are really about. Like, do you have integrity or do you blow with the wind? I think that's the first really purpose of life. And the second of life purpose of life is to leave some sort of legacy that lasts beyond yourself. That could be in a lot of ways. That could be in the family, that could be building a business, that can be in politics, that can be inventing something, that could be writing literature, sharing your ideas. But I think those are the two purposes to life, though, are leaving a legacy along yourself and God's test of character. Do you think that high net worth Gen Z, early millennials should de-emphasize savings for retirement due to great wealth transfer and spend more while they're young? It depends. Are their parents have a big inheritance for them or not? I don't really think people should count on their inheritance. So I would generally say no to that question, because the reason why is because, one, people are living a lot longer today now than they used to. Like, the average 70-year-old has the same like brain health and body health as a 57-year-old did in 2000. And longevity technology is coming at a rapid pace, and your people are just going to live a lot longer than they used to, especially if you're in the top 10%. Like, if you're expecting a big inheritance, like if you're in the top 10% of wealth, your parents are going to make it till 90. I did a video about this with my friend Sean, where who's in the healthcare space. We talked about longevity and class and all that. And basically the idea that if there is the income, family income is the biggest determinant on lifespan to a certain degree, because you have more time to exercise, you can actually retire, you can afford more healthy lifestyle and health and dietary and medical choices and afford access to treatment. And so, like, if, for example, like the gap between the top 10% and the top 50% Americans in life expectancy is greater than the gap between men and women. Like, and in the top 10%, there's almost no gap between men and women in terms of longevity. Um, it's just the very bottom of the wealth curve are the people who die in their 60s, and that skews a lot of things down. But yeah, the point being is that your parents are probably going to live a lot longer than you think they are. And you don't want to be in a situation that your retirement or your finances are dependent on them not living. Like, for example, my father's in his 70s and he's about to retire, probably, or leaning towards it. And my grandmother is 95 and still going strong. Like, he lived his whole working career without getting an inheritance. And I think that's going to become more common. So, um, yeah, that's really kind of my reasons against that. You should have your own savings, and then the inheritance is a windfall. Or if, say, for example, if your parents do live so long that by the time your kids are adult, maybe they should just generationally skip and pass the welfare, not the welfare, pass the inheritance down to your grandchildren for tax purposes, and also to help them get started when they need the money more, maybe to buy a house or get married or something like that. So yeah, in general, I just don't think you should plan around inheritance. I think too many millennials, particularly older millennials, are making that mistake. And then, also there might be long-term care or healthcare costs that last longer than people expect. And so they might burn their entire cash on it, their entire inheritance on end of life care. And you might not be prepared for that. So yeah. And that's that's kind of something my take is on it. Uh, let's see. What would be your advice for someone living in New York City with the new mayor? Um, I would. It depends. Like, are you from New York City, um, or like you are there just for a job? I mean, I would recommend, if you could find a job of a similar pay in another city, I would consider going elsewhere. I think, um, I and like if things get really bad for Mamdani, it actually might be a good time to buy real estate in New York because I think New Yorkers will eventually do the right thing. Like if you look at the history of New York mayoral elections, they might elect a crazy person once in a while, but they ultimately will change course and do the right thing. I don't know if it's a guarantee, but there might be a good opportunity to buy housing because people get scared of running away to New York. But if you're planning on starting a business or being an entrepreneur, I would leave because it's just going to make your life that much harder. Um, do you see any of the Latin American countries getting past socialism? Once you have it, it seems like there's no way out. Well, there is a way out. It's called bankruptcy. Usually, I have this idea. It's called the prosperity theory of politics, which I've talked about on my iceberg series, which is basically the idea that you when an economy is going well, a lot of young people and a lot of disadvantaged people economically will move to those prosperous cities, vote for certain things that benefit them in the short term, and the society doesn't care because like, oh, things are doing well, we can afford it. And enough time of that passes, it changes the policies to become not so business friendly and create the burdens of socialism to be too high that it kind of kills the golden goose. Those same people who voted for those things, the demographics at least, the young and the economic disadvantage will move out because the city has ran out of money, and then the people remaining will vote to fix it and vote for a more conservative government to fix it, and then the cycle repeats. Like examples of this would be like Atlanta, Los Angeles was the most conservative city in America in the 70s and the 80s. And then you had a bunch of people move there, and both from other parts of America and other countries, that changed the electorate in a way to make it the way it is today. And the vice versa is Michigan. Michigan used to be the most blue, and Wisconsin. Those used to be the most blue and progressive states in the union. Heavy unions, high tax, high regulation type places. But then they basically killed their economies because of this and became uncompetitive. And so as a result, a lot of people moved out of those places, and now they're competitive purple states who actually voted for Trump in 2024. So I think it's this cyclical thing. And as somebody who has thought about this, like what is somebody who's leaning conservative, what are they going to do? It seems like the only way that you can win is by rooting for the society to crash on itself. Like the Soviet Union collapse is a good example of this too. But how is you're conservative? How can you encourage people to do the right thing before it blows up? That's a really tough question that I think a lot of people need to think about in terms of like advocating for economic policy. Um, yeah. Is Finland going bankrupt? I don't really know. I thought Finland had one of the lowest debt to GDPs in the European Union. So why would they be going bankrupt? I think I can name 5 to 7 European countries that are more likely to go bankrupt before Finland. So do you think the corporate 9 to 5 grind is a dead end for getting the upper middle class or beyond, considering hidden inflation and wage stagnation? I'm actually going to release a video in the next month about how to get to the upper middle class. And it depends on how high paying the job is. Like there are certain career tracks that you can still make it to the upper middle class as a 9 to 5er, like finance, tech, sales type business development roles, any sort of job that has more of a P&L component or a like eat what you kill type of component, you can still make the upper middle class. If you're a cost and not a revenue driver, then that's going to be a lot harder, and you're not going to make it to the upper middle class just on coasting. Especially as I think a lot of entitlement reform is probably going to happen with government pensions eventually once the boomers exit out. And I think that, I guess corporate management too, but you got to be a very good office politician. It's like my video about how to advance up the classes. You either need to be a revenue driver or a good office politician to make it to the upper middle class. Um, that's why I think, and also there are certain political trends that make it harder for certain groups to get promoted in the corporate ladder, and they might have to result to a more entrepreneurial life path if they want a similar lifestyle to their upper middle class parents. Um, so yeah, let's see. That hopefully that answers your question. Um, how do we hide our wealth if the communists take over? Well, I mean, it's not really, it's just you have to be internationally diversified to a certain degree, or in America, just move out of the states that are doing that kind of thing. But again, the problem is that if America goes that way, where else are you going to go? Like, America is the only country with like more than 10 million people that has the level of economic and social freedom that it does. All the other countries that have arguably more economic freedom than America have 10 million people or less. So, yeah, it's more, I think it's not really to give up the fight. It's because like we are the bastion of capitalism in the United States. And so that's kind of the way it is. Nick, what are the best countries for the wealthy to move if socialists take over the US? Well, I mean, again, I think that if the US goes down, everybody's going to copy them to a certain degree or be forced to copy them. But let's just say hypothetically, the rest of the world decoupled. I guess the countries that are at similar levels of economic freedom to the US would be places like Singapore, Switzerland, Chile, Uruguay. Um, yeah. I mean, if you're a very high net worth individual who's already made his money, Italy's not a bad bet because they have this new tax policy that you can have a flat cap on the amount of taxes you pay on a given year. Um, yeah. I mean, I guess you could go to the UAE, but and climatic issues with that for a lot of people. Um, I guess Poland, maybe, but in general, I think America, those places, I think America's still probably, if you're a ambitious person trying to move up in society and I want to be on the counter elite track, America's still the best place to be. Not even a question. I need to drink some water, so give me a second. But feel free to keep asking the questions. I think I might edit part of it, like the Mamdani section, and make that a separate video because given how popular this live stream is, I think it would do well as a current video because the people watch these live streams are a fraction of those who watch my main content. But I don't think I'm going to do the whole thing into a video. No way. Did I watch the World Series? I mean, I tried to avoid it because I really personally dislike the Los Angeles Dodgers, but I happened to be at social events that the games happened to be on, so I did see Game 6 and Game 7. I usually don't support like Canadians over Americans when it comes to things, but this World Series was kind of an exception because I dislike the Dodgers more than the Toronto Blue Jays by a huge margin. Are high property prices ultimately the greatest problem America has? It feels like once people can't afford shelter, society will calm down. I think that's not the. I think the biggest problem the United States has is the government spending beyond its means and printing money to cover it, and just too much regulation. I think housing is a byproduct of that. I think the housing prices are a symptom rather than a cause, if you know what I mean. So I don't think that property prices itself are the biggest problem, but I think they are a symptom of two of the biggest problems. Another $2 for the Bloomberg terminal. Thanks. I think I got like $10 so far for the Bloomberg terminal. So $29,990 to go until I get to my Bloomberg terminal. Yeah. Um, what's it called? That's my take on that. Why are the pro drift videos so popular? I already answered that. It just I verbalized something that a lot of people are thinking deep down. And I'm thinking about making a video called "What Happens When You Take the Class Pill," kind of as a play on the red pill, blue pill like discourse. Because the more research I've done on this, like it changes how you view the world in a way. I wonder if any of you guys, how this is a question I'm gonna ask you, and feel free to respond in the questions. Like, has your worldview changed as you've developed more knowledge about how the class system works? And like, how has it? Because I feel like I'm one of the few people out there who is analyzing this stuff from a non-Marxist point of view. And because a lot of people just will say when they learn about this, they're like, oh, we just need to make everybody equal again. But that's kind of a very childish way of looking at it. There's a lot more to it than just that. Um, what are good sources for financial information? It depends how much your budget is. Like FinViz is a good one, FinViz Elite, Y Charts, FactSet, um, Bloomberg, Koifin. Yeah, there's a lot of them out there. There's probably several other financial. There's a lot. There's a lot of access to financial data. Um, yeah. So that's kind of my take on that question. Will we ever pay off our war debts? Like, you know, you're talking about like Iraq War II debts, or yeah, they'll eventually be paid off, but they'll be rolled over by other debts. I think the bigger debts are social programs. That's the bigger risk because it's a lot harder to end Social Security or Medicare than it is to end a war. It's also a lot less politically popular too. Um, so yeah, I see more people bringing their dogs into a grocery store. Prole drift. Well, I think dogs substituting as children for people is kind of a prole drift thing. Especially, I find it. I used to think it's. I see a lot of men and women over the ages of 40 who never had families and then just decided that they're gonna have their dog as their fur baby or cats, and I think that's kind of prole drift, to be honest. Um, thoughts on the other AF with Nick? I'm not a fan of his personally. I don't really. I think his his oversimplification and blame for certain people is just scapegoating. And I don't really know his views on economics. I don't really watch his content that much, but I'm generally not a fan of his. But I think that that's just my take. Let's see. Is becoming a politician instead of a businessman prole drift? No, not really, because like the old nobility, their whole thing was to avoid work. And so they became effectively politicians to avoid having to get their hands dirty being in the business world. So no, I don't think it's prole drift at all, to be quite honest. Um, but yeah. So that's what do you think of has a high success rate for reaching the middle class? Aggressive pursuit of content creation or climbing the corporate ladder? I think you have better odds climbing the corporate ladder. I did a video about this, why you shouldn't be a YouTuber. Oh yeah, I forgot to post, I think, the longevity video, but where I did a video about why you shouldn't be a YouTuber. Basically, the odds of making like 10,000 a month on YouTube is lower than making the NFL. If you assuming you're a college football or high school football player. So yeah, content creation, view it as like an out of the money call option. Like it's probably going to expire worthless, but it could pay off. You have to do it because you like doing it. Like I've not really tried to game the algorithm making this channel, to be quite honest. Like my goal really this channel was just to be a place to share my more esoteric ideas that weren't really actionable enough for my clients and have fun doing it. And then I could have given up a long time ago. The first 2 years of this channel, I had less than 1,000 subscribers. And for the first 3 years of this channel, I had an average of 200 views per video. But the fact I had even anybody paying attention and comments and engagement is what motivated me to keep going. Um, and I appreciate all of you guys being there, especially those subscribers who joined before September 2024. You guys are like the OG, like 2000, that kind of brought me to where I am now. So yeah, I think that's very appreciative. Yeah, so that's kind of my view. And I'm fortunate that I have such a big reserve of expertise, like in my field. And I'm in general a very well-read and knowledgeable person that I can provide enough information to you guys that is interesting, and I don't have to write scripts. And I did Toastmasters for a couple of years and taught myself public speaking, which probably helps too. Um, yeah, because I've heard a lot of other YouTubers have to spend days, if not weeks, writing scripts. And if I had to do that, this channel would have never got off the ground. I run a real business that takes up way more of my time than YouTube. I need to I have to exercise and get outside the house. I want to have friends and family and all that kind of stuff. So I have so much time, but the advent of AI has actually helped me. It's allowed me to speed up my content post-production process. So that's why I'm able to release 2 videos a week versus 1 a week when I was first started, because a lot of the post-production has been accelerated. Yes, outside. I mean, especially fortunate, I live in a place where it doesn't snow in the winter. Like, so I can go out and the weather's reasonable all year round. So I could play tennis or golf or go on a walk outside almost year round. There's a bit of a rainy season in January and February, but yeah. I'm fortunate for that. Like, that's why I don't want to live in a colder weather place, because I would be inside half the year and probably be very unhealthy because I would not be willing to leave the house. What are your thoughts on an ideal lifestyle? Or is it always necessary to justify pursue higher class habits? It's up to you to decide what your ideal lifestyle is. And then you have to do the math and how much it costs you. And once you figure that out, then you can figure out how high on the ladder you need to get to afford it. What part of your routine you think more people should do? I visit my mother for dinner once a week. Thankfully, she doesn't live too far away from me, so it's a short drive. But if you live close to your family members, you should make a priority to see them more. Like, that's an example. And my sisters and brothers, I see them at least once a month on average. And my dad, I play tennis with him about once a week or so. So yeah, that would be my answer, really. Um, let's see. What net worth do I need to work with you? It depends, because it's very dependent on 3 variables. One, how much investable assets do you have now? 2, your age, and 3, what your savings rate is. Like, if you're somebody in their 20s who may not have a lot of assets, but is saving a lot every month after taxes and expenses, might reduce or waive the minimum. Whereas if it's somebody who is older and not contributing and needs to draw down from their assets, it's going to be a higher level. But if you want to talk more about working with me, because I don't want to go over personal details on a live stream, just fill out the consultation form and we'll schedule a call to chat more. Am I married? Not yet. That's all I'm going to say on that. But I mean, it is a plan of mine in the future. Do you reckon AI will take over accounting next? Yes. I think AI will take over the accounting, because I think accounting is a pretty rote and mechanical type of intellectual work. So, yeah, I think it's a risk. Um, that's let's see. Do you have any solution to how Puerto Rico could fix a lot of its economic problems? Well, they need to not have U.S. minimum wages, and they need to change their. They have too many vacation times and paid leave and all this other stuff that makes their labor force uncompetitive. Um, I think it's just changing a lot of their regulatory stuff, particularly the labor laws, is what I think is going to have to fix Puerto Rico. Um, and yeah, they need to have some sort of incentive to bring businesses there too, to a certain degree, because there's now, I think, more Puerto Ricans live outside of Puerto Rico than on the island itself. And at the rate things are going, there won't be any people in Puerto Rico anymore, because it's mostly just old retirees or people looking to move there temporarily to have a lower tax bill after selling their business than, like, I don't know, an organic community. Do you think most adults are rational, irrational, or like a hybrid of bounded rational? I think most people are irrational, and it'd probably take a whole nother video of topics to um, explain why that's the case. But there's a book, if you want, about the politics side of it, called The Myth of the Rational Voter, which greatly influenced my view on this. Um, let's see. What is the most valuable mistake, one you learn most from your businesses? It's kind of the idea of field of dreams economics is a mistake that I've made. It's the idea that if you build it, they will come. Like, you need to have proof of demand before going all in on a business, and proof of product market fit before spending a lot of time and money and emotional capital on a project. That's kind of the my take on that is yeah, don't don't be a entrepreneur and build this whole business infrastructure and a product before you know if any idea if anybody even wants it. Um, that's kind of my take on that. Do you think that regulation creates market monopolies or markets that concentrate over time naturally? I don't know if it creates monopolies, but it definitely creates oligopolies. Um, let's see. PhD in physics and want to get into finance. What should I do? I mean, assuming your math skills are good, probably your best entry point is quant finance of some sort, like working at like a quant fund. Um, is Toastmasters a worthwhile club? If you need to learn public speaking, it's worth joining a club if you fit with the right group of people. I was fortunate. I found one that a few like people I knew personally already were in, that had like a viewpoint that was made it a lot easier for me to do it. Like a lot of Toastmasters, a lot of them are very generic milk toast, hyper politically correct, boring speeches. Whereas it's my group, it doesn't exist anymore, but it was fortunate that it was very like free speech, for a lack of a better term. Like I can actually say things that I want without having to offend the audience. Like I did an anti-boomer speech in my Toastmasters a few years ago, and except for one of my friends who was around my age, every other person in the group was a boomer, and a lot of them were offended by my speech, but they liked they didn't care. And so I used it to kind of like say interesting ideas, as practice that as well. And so it was a great group for that reason. So find one that is a more, I say, free speech leaning and not like stale and corporate. And there's chapters all over the place, and each one of different personalities. But I think it's good for like a year and a year and a half. You'll learn the basics, and then you probably are done with it. That's my take on it. And don't do one that's too far away from where you live, because the commute will demotivate you from consistently showing up. Um, let's see. As a Catholic, I'm curious to hear your opinion on Christopher Hitchens, Richard Dawkins, and biological determinants such as Robert Sapolsky. I don't know who Robert Sapolsky is, so no opinion. The other two are just stereotypically atheist. They're like the smug new atheists from the 2000s who used a lot of old school atheist arguments that have been around for centuries, but just put them with a branding saying like, I'm cool. Their message was not really their arguments. Their strength was like implying like, I'm cooler and smarter than you because I don't believe in God. And that's how the phrase the internet atheists came about. And the reason why atheism is gaining traction in the modern world, at least in my opinion, is not because of the fact that people are more aware or more knowledgeable, or that atheist arguments are better nowadays. They've always had these same atheist arguments from the dawn of time. Like ancient Greeks had a lot of atheist arguments, and Romans and all these other people. What's different now is that there's a new thing to revolve your life around apart from religion. There's a new, like, the reason why like atheism didn't really stick for a few like rebellious minds is because atheism doesn't have in its own sense any sorts of meaning or any like dogma or any sort of thing to help navigate one's life. And really, post World War II, progressive politics have become the alternative religion to Christianity. Like a lot of people say that the two religions in the West are atheism and Christianity, whereas I think it's Christianity and progressive politics. And like that fills a lot of the meaning void, that fills a lot of the rituals void, like all the other like religion gaps that people needed without God, they now have them. And so, yeah, that's kind of my take on why atheism is a rise, because progressive politics, that's why atheism plus became a thing, and why like 2/3 of atheists tend to vote for left-leaning parties in the United States and other Western countries. But flying spaghetti monster, I think it's kind of not really an argument, but I still find it funny. I like imagining the idea of a flying spaghetti monster, and even though I don't agree with the Pastafarians, I appreciate their sense of humor. Um, let's see. Have you ever heard of the law of the excluded middle and how it could be used to disprove free will? Just curious on how you heard this and curious to hear your opinion. No, I've not. And yeah, the free will versus determinism is a complicated debate, but I generally believe in free will. But at the same time, like, even though God knows what you're going to do, you still have the choice to make it. So I think that's kind of how I square that peg. Um, let's see. Have you ever read the blog The Catholic Gentleman? No, I have not. Maybe I'll check it out. Let's see. Will quantum computing be used in the finance in the future? Your thoughts? Yeah, they'll financial people, investment firms and market participants will try to use anything they believe that gets them an edge. And if quantum computing can find a way to get you an edge, somebody will use it. What are your thoughts on the Peter principle? I think it's true for very large corporations and government. Yeah, the other thing is I thought about, which is another video idea of making, is this whole issue about ageism in the workforce and age-based employment. Like, and how basically big companies try to fire you once you're 45 or 50, and people are even getting facelifts to look younger so they can get a job. And I was like, but I think that people are misunderstanding, like there's certain progressions in a career that you can kind of combat that without sacrificing your quality of life. Would that be an interesting video about how to navigate corporate ageism? If so, I'll probably make it and release it in January or February. So yeah, that's what's it called? How valuable is CFA for entry-level jobs? I think passing CFA level 1 is a signal that you're serious about this profession and you have like an undergrad level equivalent of knowledge, but you don't need to pass all 3 levels. That's not entry level anymore. But if you want to work on the buy side, I think it can be still worthwhile. But I think like any other credentials, the more people the increased amount of people who are having it is starting to diminish its value a little bit, but I still think it's good. Do you think Major League Baseball not having a salary cap ruins the sport? What are your thoughts on the economics of baseball? Well, I did a whole video on the economics of baseball like a month ago, and none of you guys watched it. Um, it's about basically the social class system of Major League Baseball, how there's basically three tiers of teams. There are teams who spend to win, there are teams who spend to draw enough fans that people won't stop going to their games, and there are teams that don't spend at all and try to rely on revenue sharing. But I just posted a link to the video. It's funny, my evolution on sports ball is been very interesting. I used to be a big sports fan from the ages, say, like 13 to 25. And then it has gradually declined as I've gotten older because I moved to places that the time zones didn't match. My two teams, the Lakers and Angels, conveniently got terrible when I started to fade out of sports. And then the economics and the way and the social business structure around it changed it in a way to make it less interesting to watch. Like, for example, basically how most college athletes are now basically mercenaries who don't even finish school because of NIL and the transfer portal. It just makes it less appealing than it used to for me. And so that's so in general though, I faded out of it because I realized I probably wasted too much time watching sports in my youth in retrospect. Even though I'll watch March Madness once in a while. If the Lakers became good again and the Angels, I'd watch a few games on TV. I like to go to one game in person every season in the sports that I do care about. And I am planning on going to the Olympics. I think sports, I'm more interested in when it involves national teams because it's not just like civic pride and money on the line. It's like you're literally representing your country. So as I said on previous videos and live streams, I'm probably going to give up my European or international travel for the year 2028 and use that money that I would spend on that to buy tickets for the Olympics here in LA. So yeah, but in general, I have a whole playlist called the economics of sports ball. Even though I've gotten less interested in the actual games, the business side of it becomes more interesting because it seems like a lot of these business models are on the verge of falling apart and being completely disrupted and destroyed. And it's interesting in real time seeing how the leagues adapt to how market forces are kind of messing with them. So I've been following sports business just as closely as I used to, even though I'm not following the actual games that much as I used to. Um, so, yeah, how much taxpayer money goes into pro sports? I did a whole video about that too. About again, if you like these kind of topics, check my economics of sports ball series where I've dived into a lot of them. I did one about college basketball. I did one about college football. I did one about the stadium funding. I did one about baseball. I did one about how sports are the opiates of the middle class. I've 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 done a lot of detail because as somebody who was like a big sports fan for a big chunk of his life, I have enough sports knowledge to kind of understand that side of it and a lot of business knowledge to understand that side of it to provide a good perspective. Um, so yeah, do you think wealth inequality will keep increasing in the future? Um, yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, I think a lot it might go down in the short term because of wealth transfer down the generation curve. Like, I would like to see inequality statistics that cancel out for age because I think a lot of the inequality is driven by older people having all the money and living longer to have more years to compound. And the people who are on the bottom are mostly young people who haven't had a chance to build capital for a variety of reasons. I wonder how much if you did it by age cohorts, how much that inequality data would change. I haven't really seen that anywhere. So if anybody has research on that, feel free to send it to me. Um, let's see. Hey Nick, just curious how old you are. Um, I am in my mid 30s. So yes, like that's how old I am, or maybe even closer to late 30s, maybe now. But I mean, I'm not going to get into specific age because of, but that's a general sense. Like, um, yeah, let's see. How are there 277 views and comments are going on 1 a second? I don't know. Is that a lot of comments or not very many comments? A good question. I generally think we get a lot of good engagement on this channel. So, do most people in finance read 3 market economics, or do any of them read more intervention economic books? I think a lot of people read them on both sides. Like there are Keynesians who work in finance. They're not as common because financial people understand the markets and economy a little bit better than the general population. I don't think you're going to find any Marxists in finance, but you'll find some left-leaning Keynesian ones, especially if they have political ambitions in the future. I would say that Wall Street, though, generally is one of the more right-leaning professions, especially among white-collar educated professions. Like, there's not that, like, the left-wingers are underrepresented in market participant roles. What are my thoughts on I don't really know if I could say his name on the channel, but the guy who makes all the drawings about dating dynamics. I think that he has some points, but a lot of his analysis is based on spiral dynamics, which I don't entirely buy into spiral dynamics. There's books about it if you want to learn about that. This whole like levels thing is basically just a millennial Gen Z version of spiral dynamics. And I think he's a little bit too jaded and cynical. And I've heard him make comments basically saying like, he's a little bit older than me, but he's given up way too early on his life on having marriage or a family or finding somebody good. He thinks he's hit the wall, and you can kind of tell he has a little bit of a defeatist attitude sometimes, but he does make some valid points, and there are moral hazards. The point he does make is there are moral hazards in relationship markets. But I think that, I don't really think I would entirely agree with everything that he says, though. What do you think of the critical set market sector? Are you talking about rare earth minerals? Let's see. I've already asked my thoughts on the other AF with Nick. So whoever asked that, watch earlier on the live stream. What do you think about Herschel Financial? I've never heard of Herschel Financial. Let's see. Also, do right-wing economics books have advantage over left-wing economics books for finance? Well, I think pre 2008, most economics books were right-leaning economics books. I feel like a lot of people's views on economics change. I did a video about this called Macroeconomics is Political, which is the idea that like a lot of macroeconomists, in order to stay relevant, will create a macroeconomic justification for any policy that they want. Like there's a reason why Stephanie Kelton all the way became popular, because they needed somebody to justify Bernie Sanders' platforms and create some intelligent sounding argument for it. And same with Art Laffer. He rose because somebody needed to justify Reagan's tax cuts without spending cuts. So there is a risk of that. What do you think of investing titans? Warren Buffett, Lynch, Dalio, etc. I mean, I think they all have interesting insights. I like Peter Lynch. I like his book, One Up on Wall Street. It's one of the first books I recommend people to read if they want to learn about markets and trading. Buffett is a good value guy. I personally think Munger was the more intelligent and insightful of the two of the Berkshire Hathaway partnership, but that's not to throw too much shade on Buffett. His track record speaks for himself. Dalio, I recommend reading a book, The Firm, by a guy with the last name of Copeland. I forgot his first name at the time. It's a really good perspective on the rise of Bridgewater. And I kind of built my career model a little bit on Dalio. I started as somebody who wrote research and pivoted to managing money directly. And I kind of got that idea from Dalio's story. So I have to thank Dalio for helping me kind of figure out my career progression as an entrepreneur in the investment management industry. Have you read Class by Paul Fussell? Yes, I have. I read on the recommendation of one of the viewers about this time last year, and it was a good read. And it partially has inspired some of my work, maybe unintentionally. But I used one of his quotes for one of the Pearl Drift videos, actually. Yeah. Thoughts on how money works on YouTube? He's left wing. I don't know if he's super left wing. I think he's more center left, but I think that I think he does cave to a lot of he cares too much about inequality and goes into like how like the doomer mentality, like everything is screwed, the economy's rigged against you, blah, 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 blah. And that stuff, I just don't, I don't really, it's like the opposite of my own ethos. Like, I don't know if you guys saw my video about grit and the economics of grit. And it's just, I kind of made the whole debunking the doomer series really as a reaction against people like that who say, like him and a few other YouTubers out there, I don't like to name names, who basically always just say everybody's screwed and the economy's always going to be bad and young people can't ever get ahead. Yeah, it just rubs me the wrong way. And I have a problem sometimes, worry that I'm too cynical. But this channel and having all of you guys support me and me as a result has motivated me to find more positivistic arguments and to do deeper dives onto these things and be a good influence. Like, I grew up as the oldest of 5 siblings in my family. And when you do grow up as the oldest member of a big family, you feel like you need to be a better example to the younger siblings and kind of live a life of integrity. And because you don't want to use because you don't want to be in a situation you wouldn't want your younger brother or sister who looks up to you to see you in. And you don't want to help steer their lives a bad way because you are a bad example. And now I feel like I'm kind of like, in a way, the older brother for a lot of you guys to a certain degree, and need to kind of be that example about economy and entrepreneurship and all this other kind of stuff. So yeah, thank you guys for inspiring me to have a more positivistic worldview overall. So let's it called. And that's probably why I kind of talk like I'm Mr. Older Brother giving life lessons, because I gave a lot of life lessons to my younger brothers and sisters growing up, because I had to be the one who made all the mistakes and go through them first. What are your thoughts on Robert Reich? He's just typical, like, left-wing Berkeley style economist. Doesn't really have that much insightful to say. Let's see. Yeah. I'm reading about Class by Paul Fussell, and they're high pro, middle pro, and low pro. Let's see. I did usury. I did a members only video about usury if you want to know my thoughts on that. I do offer membership. There's 2 perks to it. One, there's bonus videos I release 1 to 2 a month that are exclusive to members. And then the second perk of the members only stuff is that I also release all of my main videos a couple days early. Like my Geography of Wealth of Europe, I just released for members like a couple hours before this live stream, before it comes out on Sunday. So if you want to see that, you can go and become a member and watch it early. So yeah, I don't know if you guys like my Geography of Wealth of the American cities. I'm starting to do it for European cities. Going on the European tour and meeting a lot of you guys in Amsterdam, in Switzerland, and in Rome helped me put together that video. So your guys' input has helped improve the quality of the channel. So thank you. And here's the link to the grit video, by the way. Who is the best left-wing economist if I just want to get rich or do finance? Should I read any of them? I mean, I don't think a left-wing economist is necessarily going to help you get rich. I think even economists in general don't help you get rich because they're about theory and bigger picture stuff more than practical consequences. But I mean, I'll answer the question like, who I think are the most insightful left wing economists? I think there are two of them. One is Yanis Varoufakis. He was the finance minister under Alexis Tsipras of the Syriza, which was the radical left party of Greece that was negotiating against the Troika in 2015 and 2016. So, and he always had a lot of interesting heterodox ideas. Like he was the first guy I know coined the term techno-feudalism. And he just has a lot of interesting out of the box ideas, even though I don't agree with his fundamental Marxist solution to things. He does make me think in a way that helps improve my thought process on economics. And then the other one I would say is David Graeber. I did a video about David Graeber a long time ago when this channel was first started. When I read his, before it was a book, he wrote an article for this magazine called Strike called On the Phenomenon of BS Jobs. And it really made me rethink a lot of things. It made me realize a lot of jobs in our society are basically placed as holders for people, placeholders to put people in certain social classes who otherwise would have nothing to do in their ideal targeted social class. And then his book Debt of the 5,000 Years and his explanation of the barter myth was also very interesting. So the fact that I read two books cover to cover by a left-wing economist means that he must be worthwhile. And I've read two full books of both Yanis and of what's his name, David Graeber. Another question is, would you count Steve Keen as a left-wing economist? If you do, he's another interesting left-wing economist. But in general, I'd say most of the economists I read are either center or right-leaning. I don't think Piketty has any insightful things to. I mean, I read Capital, and it was just typical, like complaining about inequality. I didn't really gain much insight about it. His theory of R and G. I talked about this in my Iceberg of Economics. If you want the full explanation, I don't remember it off the top of my head, my critique, but go watch it. In the Iceberg of Economics, I did talk about Piketty, but I really disagree with his work. Yeah. If you were the mayor of New York City, what policies would you implement? Well, I mean, yeah, I would try to keep law enforcement strict. I think the best thing mayors can do is public safety. So I would heavily emphasize that side of thing. I want nobody to feel scared at night in New York. Second thing that I would do is I would try to make it so that businesses actually want to be based out of New York. And I would try to clean up any sort of rackets or unions or mafias or any other sort of weird, shady things that make cost of construction more expensive or slow it down. I try to clean up all of that clean up all the red tape that is holding back the real estate industry. That's how you would develop home housing. Like New York is already super dense. It's not like there's any virgin land in New York that's going to be replaced. So, and maybe they should do some more land reclamation. Like, I mean, their technology is there. I've seen proposals to like expand Manhattan to basically almost connect it to Staten Island and just fill up that area with land. Maybe you do some land reclamation projects and build a bunch of mixed use development there. That might be something to do with New York. And also, I try to figure out how to build a direct subway line from LaGuardia into Manhattan. I think and then in terms of like costs, like I would find a way to lower taxes. And if I can't afford to do the infrastructure projects, I'll wait. But I try to make them more public-private partnerships because New York is high enough of real estate prices that private sector would be motivated to do this. I don't think the city government needs to be the one going in and doing all this infrastructure. It's like the population density is high enough that the private sector can support doing it on its own. But I would find also ways to lower taxes to get more people to want to start their businesses or to keep their employees in New York. So yeah, I mean, but I think really the best thing America really can do for big cities is safety and reduce permitting. And then I don't really know what the situation is with the pension system for New York workers, but in general, I think government workers need to be switched to defined contribution plans in order for the fiscal sustainability of a city to be maintained. Yeah. Do you actually believe that what's it called? That Mamdani thinks his policies are achievable or just messing to get elected? I think it's a mix of both. I think he does legitimately believe that some of them are attainable, and he might learn the hard way that they're not. But I think a lot of it is pandering too. Overexpansion of the electorate. I mean, I think the overexpansion of the electorate is a problem, but not for the reasons you think. Like, I think that you shouldn't have people be unfairly be able to vote because not be able to vote because of age, gender, race, etc. Like, the bigger problem is you have people who are undereducated of all backgrounds voting. Like I think if you wanted to restrict the electorate, the way is just to have like a high school level civics exam needed to do it. The problem is the Jim Crow people ruined it by using it as an excuse for discrimination. And you could blame like Southerners during the Jim Crow era from allowing us to have sensible reforms to improve the quality of our electorate. So it's probably politically not viable. Yeah. I don't think Mamdani is proposing free, subways. But I think he's proposing free buses, which is a little bit different. Like most people, I don't think New York could financially survive giving the subway for free. To be quite honest. Yeah. We should go back to land ownership for voting. I don't think that's the case. I mean, there are plenty of people who are economically and educationally sophisticated enough that they should be able to vote whether they own land or not. You could do a net payer of tax type thing over your, like, from the ages of 18 to 65. If you are a net payer of tax during that period, that could be it. But I just think that education is the better answer. And honestly, that would probably improve the electorate, but it'd probably also help the progressives because they're the ones who are probably going to be more willing to put the effort into taking the test. Whereas like your low turnout conservative voters probably not going to bother to take a civics exam. But yeah, what about Georgism? I mean, it hasn't really been tested on large enough of a scale to seem that it would work. But I did a video about Georgism, about which I went into greater detail. It's called Georgism and Geolibertarianism Explained. So if you want my thoughts on that, yeah. Should we do a 3/5 compromise for undocumented citizens? Well, they're not citizens if they're undocumented, first of all. And second, like, it should really only be citizens who count for electoral college purposes or permanent residents or legal people who are in the country legally. Like, that's generally the case. Like, if you're not voting, why should the congressional district should be distributed based on actual voters? So if you're not like voting, or you're not going to eventually become old enough to vote, assuming you're a child, why should the electoral districts be based on raw population numbers and non-actual people who are voting? Let's see. Yeah. Why did you recommend economics in one lesson as your economics book on a finance big? Because it's a good book and it's a good intro to Austrian school economics. Um, what's it called? How would you change the public education system? There's a lot of things I would do. One, I would get rid of homework and do reverse schooling like the Khan Academy has proposed. Like, people go into class to do the practice problems and ask for help from their teachers, and they watch lectures from their teachers at home on YouTube instead of the other way around, where the kids just sit and listen to a teacher drone all day and have to do the homework on their own with often no help from their. So I think it's completely backwards. How that, and also I would change a lot of the school subject. I would reduce English lit and foreign language classes in favor of more practical skills like finance, navigating the legal system, um, and technology skills. So yeah, and entrepreneurship. So I think there's a lot of like if I could find, when I ever have kids of my own that are like 5 and above, I'd like to find like 9 other families locally in my community and start like a co-op school where we pool together resources to rent out an office building and hire a few teachers that split the cost between all the parents, and we create an independent school, because I just fundamentally don't like the values and the type of education that is taught in the public school system in the United States of America. Um, I'm not really looking for those families yet, but once my first child is born, whenever that is, um, I will start trying to recruit to build the Pardini School of Critical Thought. Stay tuned. Um, let's see. What's it called? Austrian economics is popular in the financial industry. There's a lot of funds who build their investment strategy around Austrian business cycles, whether they do it intentionally or not. Um, let's see. Thanks for the compliment on the haircut. On my haircut, by the way. Let's see if there's any questions that I missed here. Man, this has gone a lot longer than I thought. I'm already 3.5 hours in. Thankfully, I ate a late lunch, so I'm not really getting hungry, and I kind of prepared for this. Is New York done for? Well, watch the earlier parts of this video where I got into New York. I think the biggest risk of New York is it becomes the United States' version of Montreal or Barcelona. And if you no reason why you compare those cities, watch the video. What's your favorite right-wing economist? I don't know. There's a lot of them that I like, to be quite honest. Probably my favorite one in terms of books is Thomas Sowell. I like his work a lot. Let's see. What is some field you plan on exploring later as maybe to be useful to you? Well, I mean, I kind of get obsessed about certain topics or things, and I deep dive and try to learn everything about them before moving on to the next one. Right now, obviously, the one that's taking up a lot of my time is learning this whole YouTube thing and content creation and like that. And I'm also learning about event planning because I'm doing this whole tour thing, and I do eventually want to have like plans to get married. So like it's inspired me to learn about that kind of thing as well. The social class thing has been a topic that was not something I was deep diving into until the last year. So I have that. And um and then also this longevity is another subject that I'm really interested in learning on, because I want to live for a long time. Mainly because I feel like the world is so big and complicated nowadays that I might be able to get everything I want done in my life in a normal human lifespan. So I'd like to figure out how to maximize my health and my time on this world. Also, I'd like to live to see my future grandkids get married and have families of their own and finish college and all that would be nice. So, yeah, or even my great grandkids, honestly. Why not? So, yeah, those are kind of things that I'm interested in learning about. And then in general, just growing my business and entrepreneurship. That's always like a perpetual thing that I like to learn about. Yeah. So let's see. Do only libertarians read free market economics and finance, or left wingers as well? Have you heard of the new Keynesian Graham Mankiw? Well, I mean, Graham Mankiw was like a neocon ideologically, but no, not only libertarians read free market economics. I mean, I think that most people read free economics who are studying economics at all. Let's see. Have you ever stayed at the Encore or the Wynn? No, but it's not Pearl Drift is not something just because something's expensive doesn't mean that it's not Pearl Drift. Like I mean, I talked about this in my video about the vacation destinations. It's like if you had, let's see, if somebody had a choice of like picking, I guess some people really like Vegas, but Vegas is often a place where people go if they couldn't go to their main place. That might not be how you feel about it, but I think that's still a common sentiment. That's why Vegas is struggling a lot recently, because it's gotten too expensive for its core audience. They do have high-end places like the Wynn. I know a lot of people in my hometown who like to go to the Wynn once a month to hang out and have a good time. But that doesn't change the overall culture and the overall tourist culture of the city. So yeah, and the fact that Vegas tried to upscale too much is why it's losing a lot of its audience. Let's see. Why do you think that the Republicans and conservatives are done with? Won't Mamdani be an albatross around the Democrats' neck? I mean, it's the problem is that he represents the median voter closer than Republicans do. I mean, I don't think they're entirely done because the GOP is really good at wedging social issues to keep the electorate balanced. But they're going to need to find a way to create an age of abundance without direct government transfers. Like, that's the thing, is that people, I did a whole video about class and voting patterns. And if the bigger percentage of the electorate becomes precariat, that's going to affect elections. And in order to prevent them from staying in the precariat, you're going to need to create a prosperous society and actually be effective at doing it. Like, there are examples of this. Like, look at how Milei did in his recent election in Argentina, because he's actually made enough economic progress that it's outweighed the natural instincts of economic populism in Latin America. So yeah, they're not entirely done, but they need to make more material progress in improving the median middle class person's standard of living before the midterms if they don't want to get slaughtered. But yeah, let's see. On the whole, with the 50%, let's see, consumption done by the top 10% of earners, not including people without income or low income. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that the bottom half of people don't contribute that much to GDP growth. They contribute to GDP because they're consuming and buying things. But since basically their entire paycheck goes to their living expenses, they don't contribute to any growth above the baseline for the economy. So it's kind of a sleight of hand when people say, oh, they don't contribute to anything. They just don't contribute to growth. Let's see. Would you make a video about how you would change the country for the better? I really liked your videos about how to pay off the debt. I mean, I have made videos about how I would change the country. I try to be like more educational than prescriptive. Like, I'm not really trying to make an outright political channel, but I don't really hide my views necessarily on individual issues. But I'm not going to be really like endorsing candidates or like just writing policy platforms. I did write a book about this years ago before I started this channel about policy. I wrote under a pen name. Maybe I'll share it with the general public one of these days. But yeah, I mean, I will do it when it makes sense to do it, is the answer to that question. Did Malay win the election because of Besant's currency swap? I think that helped because basically there was an implicit threat that Trump said, like, if Malay didn't win, America would cut off its aid. And yeah, so I think it did help. I don't know if it was the whole reason he won, but it definitely helped. What's more equivalent, high social capital or economic prosperity? What do you mean by that? Like for an individual or for the society as a whole? I generally think economic prosperity is more important than high social capital. Because if you have economic prosperity, the top 90% of people, they'll always be the ones in poverty and those who are struggling due to their own bad choices in life or unfortunate circumstances. But if you have prosperity, you'll have like an overwhelmingly majority of people have a good life. And I think that's more important than everybody having markers of certain class or prestige. What is too old for fatherhood? I don't know. I mean, I think that if it's like, I don't really know if there's an age for that necessarily. Like, I mean, I guess you would want to be active enough that you can play catch with your son and or be an involved parent and not be like immobile or something like that. But I think I would say maybe it'd probably be like somewhere in the 50s is probably when you start to get too old. I don't know the exact age, but it's over 50. Probably 55 is like a approximate number because like you don't want to have to pay for kids' college and retire at the same time. So there's a financial element to that too. But for some people, it takes them a little bit longer to find somebody. But yeah, I mean, my general view is that I think people should get married. But I don't think people should settle to get married young. Like if they happen to meet the right person at 20 or 25, great. But if it takes them to meet till they're 35, then that works too. But 30s, so mid to late 30s. Like so that's how old I am. Advice for a Thomas Sowell Louis von Mises, I think of getting into finance. I mean, it's the same advice as getting into finance in general. I need to know more about your individual situation. I only do those for paid consulting calls because literally if I did that like I did when I was smaller and offered free consultations to anybody who asked, literally the college students in America would be hitting me up. So yeah, let's see. And yeah, I think the question was, it only works for men, but that's because the question is like, too old to be a father? And then for mothers, it's just biologically how old you can have a kid, basically. It's actually the first time I think we've had the birth rate of women over 35 be higher than teens. Or something. I saw some statistic like that, which I honestly think is a sign of progress. It might mean lower birth rates overall, but I don't really think growing up in a teen parent household is good for most children. Let's see. Okay. How would you feel about the Libertarian Party's failure to win? Well, the Libertarian Party is not serious. That's why they can't win. Like, they have people out there in the debates suggesting abolishing driver's licenses. Like, that's not a winning platform. And the problem is that the libertarians are not a big chunk of the electorate. Like the people, like they've done ideological polls of Americans, and only about 4% of Americans identify as fiscally conservative and socially liberal. So classic libertarian. And since you can't, since you can't win an election on that kind of electorate. I think the untapped electorate is actually the opposite. And this is more common if European Christian democratic parties have captured this niche. And that's people who are socially conservative and economically left. I wouldn't vote for that party personally, but I think that's the swing voter in America because there's really no group representing them. You have the Republican Party, which represents more fiscal conservative and socially moderate. And then you have the Democratic Party, which the mainstream is fiscally moderate and socially liberal, and the far left is far left on both. But you don't really have somebody representing that middle ground. And that's kind of why I think Trump was the closest to tapping into that. And that's how he was able to swing the Midwest, which is naturally a more socially conservative and economically left-leaning place. But yeah. And then have I covered Richard Cantillon? I mean, I've talked about the downsides of printing money and whose hands it gets into it first, but I haven't done a video specifically about him. Yeah. Let's see. Do you think ending the Russia-Ukraine war would bring down inflation and energy prices? Yes, it would. And it would bring down inflation for something I care about particularly, which is Alaskan king crab legs. I learned I wanted to go for my birthday to get some crab. And so I went to my favorite seafood restaurant and I found out they'd stopped selling the king crab legs there. And I'm like, why? I used to come here and get these all the time. And why do you no longer sell them? It's like the cost has gotten so high. It's like over $100 to $150 a pound, just like at grocery store level prices for these. And that's even before restaurant markups that nobody would pay for those. And this is a restaurant that mostly has an upper middle class and higher crowd saying this. And it's like, and I looked up the research on this. Why is there a shortage? One, there's some warmer than normal water in Alaska, which is making it less friendly to the crabs. But the bigger problem is that 75% of the king crabs in the world are in the Russian side of the Bering Strait, that ocean in the Pacific Ocean, and the Barents Sea, which is the part of Russia that's right to the east of Finland. And so as a result of the war, there's sanctions, those are cut off. And so as a result, we have a lot less crab leg prices have gone through the roof. I remember when I was in college, I could go to Joe's Crab Shack and get a bucket of Alaskan king crab legs for $25, maybe $30 counting tax and tip. Nowadays, if I want to eat a Joe's Crab Shack equivalent bucket of crab, like that much meat, it would cost me $150 to $200. And so now my favorite food, I have been priced out of eating, and probably most Americans have been priced out of eating it. Unless if I maybe close a super big deal or something for Spearhead, maybe I'll celebrate by getting some crab legs. But this is just a microeconomic example of how things like the Ukraine war affect your daily life. Like I can't eat my favorite food anymore because of this war. So yeah, that is that's a funny little microeconomic story for you. Yeah, I want my crab legs back. Let's see. What is the best strategy in general to find a potential spouse? Essentially, how does one weed out people who aren't serious and not suitable for long-term commitment? That's like a Valentine's Day special video. As you guys know, I don't want to be a Manosphere channel. So I try to do a, what's it called? A video, one video a year, where I go into the intersection of economics, social class, and dating. And I accidentally did 2 last year because the class and dating video was so long, I split it into 2 parts. But I am open to suggestions for that. It's just that, what's it called? Yeah, it's an unfortunate, but I don't really want to turn into a dating channel and have the algorithm get skewed on all the other things. So 1 a year. I'm curious, how do you find the dating culture where you live in SoCal? I don't know much, but there's assume there's a stereotype for a large majority demographic over there. Yeah, I mean it's not basically in America. The hardest dating market probably in the United States is Seattle. And the further you get away from Seattle, the easier your dating life gets. The West Coast is generally hard because there's a lot more successful women. I mean, successful men financially than attractive women who have character. Like, and whereas I think on the East Coast, it's the reverse. And you could look at like the demographic data, it kind of shows that. But I mean, what's it called? So that makes it a little bit harder. And because of the high cost of living, it also kind of skews certain people's motives, and the wealth around here and the entertainment industry kind of creates some superficiality. I'm fortunate that I've met somebody in my life who did not grow up in Southern California. So yeah, but like it's tough. Like it's hard to find people who grew up here who are looking for the right things. So and I think that can apply for both genders to a certain degree. You also have a lot of men who here are more short-term oriented as well. But yeah, no, I'm not married at this point. But let's see. I've seen you've done videos on Italy and the Netherlands. Would you do this with other countries? I'm interested in your thoughts on Canada. Well, I did a whole series about this. It's called the economic futures. There's like a playlist of 52 video, not 52. Let me check it right now. 58 videos where I've talked about various countries and states and things like that on my economic futures playlist. And I'm trying to figure out how to get a link to you guys to share the playlist. But I've done already several countries, so go and watch that. Like I did about Portugal, Greece, Saudi Arabia, the UK, Spain, France, Taiwan, Israel, Malaysia, California, specifically within the United States, Australia, Singapore, Iran, China, Japan, Colombia, Mexico, Thailand, Bolivia, Chile, the EU, Germany, Turkey, Indonesia, South Korea, and there's more. I done want Uruguay, Ukraine, Brazil, Peru, Belgium, Vietnam, Egypt, Argentina, the United States as a whole, and Chad, Hawaii, Netherlands, Italy, and Switzerland. And I have a video coming out in 2 weeks about Arizona, particularly. So, and I did a members only video about Liechtenstein that I released recently. So I've covered a lot of the countries already. So check the playlist if you want those. And for future economic futures videos, I think I am going to stick to countries or places that I visit in person, because these videos tend not to be very popular compared to other videos I talk about. I don't know why, because I really enjoy making the economic futures videos. But I also enjoy them more when I film them on site. So like the last three I did, Italy, Netherlands, and Switzerland, I recorded while I was there. And so my new thing for countries or US states, I will record and release them when I come to your city or state or country. So you want, basically, the more I travel, the more I'll make those videos. And I'll make more because I'm going on a big tour next year all over the world. It'll probably take me like 18 months realistically to complete it, because I'm going to try to get in 5 continents when it's all said and done. But here's the way to vote on which cities you want me to show up in. And I'm going to be doing not just that, but curated experiences in addition to my normal meetups. And the curated experiences like fancy steak dinners or golf events or special outings for smaller groups of people for more in-depth conversations. So there's the link for that. And so that's my take on the economic futures. And speaking of events, I also have 4 events coming up in 2 in California in January and 2 in Australia in February. So here are the links to all of them if you want to see them. Me in Australia or Southern California. And we're also going to probably have a special curated experience dinner in Montecito, which is a suburb of Santa Barbara, also in January. Nick, do I trade options? I mean, I do some options trading for my clients, yes. And I used to work at an options hedge fund in my previous life, so I have a lot of experience with options. Let's see. What popular economics are the worst? Probably like there's plenty. There's Paul Krugman, Piketty, yeah, like Joseph Stiglitz. Yeah, like those are what's his name? The MMT people. I'm not really a fan of those generally. But yeah. Let's see. I did? Oh, I posted the gold. Okay. Oh, I didn't really mean to do that, but maybe I accidentally merged the URLs with the gold. So maybe I just need to post them one at a time. But here's Sydney. Here's Orange County. And here is LA. Are there right-wing economists who suck also? Yeah, there are. There are a lot of them are like the zero hedge crowd to a certain degree. I don't know a lot of the names. It's people who but yeah, there are right-wing economists that are not good at their jobs either. Yeah, I haven't set the date yet for Atlanta because I have to line it up with some certain things in my personal life that are happening shortly after that. But I am targeting April or May for Atlanta. I will let you know directly when there is a specific date. I've only planned it out up till February. And I'm also trying to set up events in Florida for early March, but I'm not going to have the date yet until I have everything, all the logistics locked down. Like we're only in November, so I want to have these out 2 to 3 months in advance. The only one we do have locked way more in advance is Arizona because I'm trying to do a special event that I need to have it booked in advance because it's just a very kind of high ticket item. And if I don't have enough people who want to sign up in ahead of time, it makes it a little bit difficult for me to set it up. But yeah, so the ones I have ready to go are Arizona to reserve your spot, and the California ones and Australia. And if you want your own city, feel free to make suggestions because I am pretty traveled, but I'm not really familiar with what would be the best curated experience in your city. I really like your help and your input because I'm not an expert in every place in the world. Like I could plan things well here in California, but I'm basically kind of somewhat winging it, planning events on the other side of the country. So, can you rank all the economic schools of thought? I mean, I can, but I don't know if I can do it live because I don't have them all memorized by heart. But like, I would generally think that I'm most sympathetic to and Chicago School economics personally, and I'm least sympathetic to Marxism and Keynesianism. And there's a bunch of other ones in between. But yeah, I don't really like doing tier list videos because they're very boring and monotonous. And you either have to say a very short amount about each topic, or if you go too long, the video will be an hour to 2 hours long, which is too long. So, do you like any form of tobacco? No. I've never touched that stuff, and I never plan on doing so. Yeah. Let's see. Man, I've gone 4 hours now. This might be my record for a live stream. I think I'm gonna do 15 more minutes. So please ask your questions. If you want to make sure I get it, please do a super chat. Um, and so yeah, that's kind of yeah. Feel free. This is your last chance because I do need to eat something tonight. Um, next question is being far right, um, upper class. It depends on what kind of far right you're talking about, to be quite honest. Like the difference between the left and the right is that most left-wing ideologies have the same goal, and that's pursuing total equality. Whereas the right-leaning ideologies have a lot of disparate goals. That's why I don't really believe in a political compass, but more of a political triangle, where it's based on the 3 points of the French Revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity, which is like nationalistic brotherhood, for a lack of a better term, or everybody has a certain role in society that they need to fulfill. And there are right wingers who are more fraternity based, and there are more right wingers who are liberty based and in between. So, um, yeah, thank you for the super chat, by the way, one within the creator. So, therefore, I don't really. There's a lot more diversity of ideology on the far right than there is on the far left for that very reason. Why can't moral nihilism and capitalism coexist? Because if you have amoral people, they will all try to take advantage of each other to get a quick buck. And sociopaths will climb to the top of every corner of society. That's why. Yeah. Let's see. That's my answer. Is there a realistic to fix the college football NIL issue? Will the government force college to pay players? Well, they already have the NCAA settlement where they have a $20 million a year budget per school to pay players. So, I mean, I think the thing that's going to ultimately fix is watch my video. It's just going to support popularity until the revenue is no longer there to pay for it. And the enrollment cliff is already providing certain economic pressures on the university system as a whole. And you'll have a few club teams that become basically minor league NFL. And then outside of the top 30 teams or so, the rest of the school will be kind of what like D3 is today, where it's actually amateur athletes again. And that's probably the ultimate end game of it, is that like I just see like these buyouts for coaches like the Brian Kellys of the world. It's so utterly ridiculous. Like literally the best job in America right now is to be a fired football coach. And if your highest paid employees in some states in the the highest paid state employee in some states in the United States are not the current football coach, but the bought out football coach who's been fired, like that's a problem. And especially with the age of NIL, I think that's going to change because the coach is going to matter less because you're paying the players directly. And so therefore the coaches will have less negotiating power, I think, to a certain degree. Like if I was like to arbitrage this, I would maybe like if I'm like some emerging school, I would pay as little as I could for a young emerging coach and then just use the money for the coach's salary to put into players and see if I develop an edge that way. Yeah. So that's my take on that. I think that that's eventually because nobody look at minor league baseball. Nobody cares about minor league baseball, and they're the same level. Like AAA might even be better than the football equivalent of college or basketball. Like it's the unique pageantry, the fact that they're at your school for 4 years, and like the ties to the university is what makes it special. But the problem is like by having these players transfer every year and move to wherever's the highest dollar and not getting degrees, like it's more like the schools are hiring mercenary teams than it is actually students, real students representing the schools. And I think that cognitive dissonance is going to kill college sports to a certain degree. Yeah. So that's kind of my take. Let's see. All right. Where did I go with NIL? No, our society is not already corrupted by amoral sociopaths entirely. Like there is statistics that show that people sociopathic have a higher probability of moving up in society, but they're still not the majority. And that is because, again, we don't have a moral framework to keep them in check as much as we used to. As society is secularized, it has made it easier for those type of people to move up because there's no shame, or there's less shame for behaving in what is considered an unethical way of living than in the past. Let's see. But yeah, I mean, that's a new career path discovered. Yeah. I mean, that's all the career advice. Maybe you guys should all become physical therapy majors or kinesiology majors and become college football coaches and do just good enough to get that one Power 5 job and then get bought out. And then when you have all that buyout money, hire me to manage your money. That's the new strategy, I guess. Let's see. Are there any other questions? Do you know who Yaron Brook is? Yeah, he's the guy who runs the Ayn Rand Institute. He's appeared on like mainstream media talking about objectivist politics and libertarian politics a lot, but don't really know much about him other than that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get going, guys. I'm tired. Thank you guys all for joining me. This was my most successful live stream that we've done so far. Vote on where I should go for the tour. I'd like to see you guys all in person. Come to the curated experiences events. And if you have direct questions for me, feel free to schedule a consultation or a call. And I have a lot of good content coming up for you guys. And hopefully you guys learned something about the origins of millennial socialism and how it impacted the election of Zoran Mamdani. Have a good night.